Hello, everybody, and welcome to session number 46, I believe it is. So that's number 45. Getting close to the 50 mark once again, and actually might have a special announcement on our 50th episode. Not only for my players, well, actually less for the players. Now that I think about it, you probably can't benefit from it whatsoever. But the general viewers, we will wait until then. Wait until the special 50 for my announcement. Yeah, we're back. Everyone is here, though we have to see how much Felicia is going to play today, depending on what the group does and how successful they are. Just putting it out there. So I think for the first couple of... Oh, well. No, actually not. Huh. I'll think about it. Anyways, let's not dwindle too much. For today's introductions, or for today's question of the day is, last time was about the tree, something more speculative, which is, what are the devils gonna do with Jade, or what has been done with Jade? I think some of you have thought about that. Maybe she has already been skinned alive. Maybe she has been made into a carpet. Or maybe she's just having a good life because she made a damn good business deal with one of the devils and is now an entrepreneur of a multi-million gold company back in Azathia.
Yeah, I like that one.
Does Jade becoming a carpet mean I can take her and make her into a flying carpet?
You could, and that would
Can we
be
just have a flying Jade carpet?
absolutely fucked up, but I would love it.
I remember not using it. I could put it on the floor of my tower in the lounge.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. You have a dragon
I'm gonna
tooth.
put in my notes that Eirik wants to make me into a flying carpet.
Hey, because Jack said it.
And Fiera wants to make you into a bearskin
Yes.
carpet in front of the fireplace.
Yeah, Jade skin rug.
Yeah, someone gets the front side and someone
It's
gets
skin
the
rug.
back side.
Oh my gosh.
Well, okay, let's get to some, I guess.
Coming soon to D&D Beyond, Jade skin rugs.
It's a night rug. Okay, yeah, then starting off with...
Yeah, right. Me,
you.
Greg. I am playing Eirik Spanner, the human artificer. What is being done with Jade? I think Jade has some weird knowledge and things that obviously we have no idea about yet. So I think Jade is going to be used. Her knowledge is going to somehow be pulled from her. They're looking for information. They're not looking for her to die. They're gonna pull her knowledge out of her so that they gain power or whatever from it.
That's a really good idea. Holy crap.
Okay. Hi, I'm Matt. Playing Fiera, wizard. Yeah, no, I'll jump on that too. They want to feed, but they didn't say what specifically. So, going down the knowledge train, Jade told us about a shadow dragon that attacked. So maybe if that information gets to them, they might keep her alive, because they might want to know more about said dragon and use her to figure that out. That's all I got.
Interesting.
Hi, I'm Skit and I play Isorel Leafina, the druid cleric, and my theory is these little devils said stole to feed. So I think that big god thing Bell or whatever his name was is feeding souls to Eve. Or something along those lines. To either keep her alive so that she can keep being pierced by the spear as her punishment, or something like that. That's where my brain is going.
Well, and Jade herself, what do you think is happening to you?
Yep, so I'm Felicia. I'm obviously Jade, the one with the string of bad luck. You know, I honestly didn't think too much about it. I'm just trying to survive. Maybe I'm being taken to, like, the prison and being used somehow. Since I do bear the mark. Yeah, that's all I really came up with.
Okie dokie, very interesting. Some more specific guesses and some left kind of vague. And we will see what is actually going to happen to her. Well, hopefully we're going to see what's going to happen to her. In the next few minutes. So without further ado, I think we'll just jump right into it. I don't know if anything special to say anymore. So we can get things rolling again. I hope the audio problems that we have faced a couple of times don't arise once again.
A field with rolling hills. A forest with twisting trees as the wind howls a song of the night's lament. The echoes of screams are carried through the valley, and the tears of those who have lost a loved one falls as rain to the ground, nourishing this blighted land to further extend this cruel reality. A darkness that leaves its trace visible for all to see, as to reminds the people who live here what their fate will undeniably be. Death. Demons ravage this land, a manifestation and proof of this unforgivably cruel world. They consume and feed off the despair of their victims, and no one is safe from their corruption. Those who wish to stand up against the fate of this world will bear witness to the despair and cruelty that this land has to offer. Will you be one of them? Will you challenge the curse of a dying land? Will you fight it and overcome it? Or will you fail and be consumed by the corruption of this unfaithful world and become one of many whose lives have been forgotten and consumed by the blight?
Yes. Consumed indeed. So let's start off with a quick recap. You guys have been spending a bit of time inside of hell, having become a bit too comfortable after spending many hours trying to acquire a dragon bone, which turned into a claw, which you then successfully did so. But during your stake out there, Isorel would see two things that would gain the interest of this group. One of which is seemingly another set of adventurers, three of them specifically, traveling through the barren hellscape of Avernus. And second of all, a twisting tree in the distance, which Eirik would notice is turning very slowly. After having a bit of a discussion, you decided it would be more beneficial for you to try and catch up with the group. You might have mutual interests and could help each other. And since they are the only living things that you could potentially talk to. And they are also walking in the very direction you are also seeking out, which is, you know, against the stream of the river Styx. And so you did so, successfully managing to close the gap. They seem to be traveling extremely slowly, but as you kind of caught up with them, only a mile away, you could see each other, since you were at a kind of more of a plateau that slowly curved down to meet the river itself, probably dug by the river a long time ago, and a rookie mistake was kind of made as you kind of forgot where you were, and Isra waved out to them. They obviously hid, knowing that making yourself open in this space is literally a death sentence. And a few seconds later, a swoop of dragon-like beings, which you have seen from a very far distance flying around here, patrolling the river specifically, came down and attacked your group. You faced them, first trying a pacifistic way of confrontation, which fortunately led to the separation of your people as Jade was knocked down and taken by these folk, as the rest of you escaped, running first for safety, and because you don't really have any other direction you could have, or any specific destination you want to go to, you remembered the tree, which wasn't that far away, and as the only kind of guide you had, you went towards it. The landscape changed around the tree, a kind of white, chalky, rocky texture, but the rocks themselves were very soft, and if you tread on them, there was a bit of force that would break and some of the dust would kick up. A distinctive landscape mark, very different from the usual saturated reds of Avernus. And on top of this kind of hill, you would see the tree up close, twisting and turning around itself, with the branches arching out, turning around and stabbing its own trunk again in a cruel display of torture. The tree itself had a curling and agonizing face, which would respond to the calls of Isorel after she talked in Sylvan with it. And here you would find out that this tree is named Igleva and used to be a follower of one of the heralds, which Isorel was very familiar with, but a herald that she has not heard of, which is the Herald of Graves, Yggdrasil. And he said that his story was, back in the days, in the very olden days, Yggdrasil decided to join the first sinners in a war against the gods, and Igleva, being a follower of his herald, also joined their side. But as the humans, or primordial humans in the first sinners, lost this war, they got punished, and as hell was created, they were sent there, where he has been staying ever since. Not quite living. I don't think what he is doing right now can be considered living. And he wanted to help you, first of all, because Isorel and you all were in general very kind to him. As such, he gave you some information about this place. After you telling him what your goals were, saying that you wanted to reclaim a fragment of the Spear of Avernus, he however said that that can only be done if one has access to divine blood, since it is a pure divine weapon. A mortal would not have the means necessary to take any part of the spear, and the only way to really get divine blood within this realm is through either the ruler of Avernus, Bel, who he says is one of the old gods who has been also punished, one of the Dralic gods, or there's also a Dracolith god, also kind of put into hell, which you could also seek out. However, you did not find out who this Dracolith god is. Yeah, and as the last thing that he gave to you was one of his twigs, or sticks, branch, which you then got, and he said that this is a very useful item, that if someone goes down or dies within an hour, you can stab them with the stick through their heart, allowing Iglover's soul to enter their body and kind of put back life force into them and reviving them back into life with a new soul. So, and that is kind of where we left off. And that is where we're gonna not go back in, but in fact, we're gonna join Jade, because we haven't heard from her in quite a while. So, Jade, the last thing you remember was you were beaten to death by 2 dragon-like creatures, which is probably a nightmare you had very often. Though the dragon in your nightmares was a big one, bony, and shadowy. These just seem to be kind of the opposite, white and fleshy, though they're very skin and malnourished. Don't seem like they get a lot of food down here in hell. However, as you open your eyes, straining, first of all, to open, as your body feels extremely sluggish and tired, the first thing you can note is you have 2 points of exhaustion. And as you're struggling to open your eyes, you can feel dried blood that has run over your eyelids, kind of making it even more difficult to open them. There's a lot of dust kicking around. Your lips are dried. Your breath is extremely heavy as you try to gasp for air, the hot air entering your lungs, burning them further. You are sitting on a very, or more awkwardly leaning against the wall, on dry, cracked ground. You can feel the cracked earth beneath you kind of stabbing you at multiple angles. And the first thing you notice is, as you try to move your arms, is that they can't, or their motion is limited, as you hear the clinking of chains, as it seems like both of your hands have been attached to a wall. As you kind of try to adjust to your surroundings and look around, the first thing you notice is you don't have your weapon on you. Wait, no, you do, because you are a warlock and your weapon disappears, so forget about that. But your shield has been taken from you, and your armor has been taken from you, so you're only in your normal clothing. And all your inventory. So anything you would carry on your person, bags, pouches, stuff like that, has been stripped from you. The only thing you have is your normal clothing, and because you're a warlock, your weapon. But as soon as you kind of make a little bit of movement, you can hear snarling around you. And as your eyes and finally kind of manage to face upwards, as you're in a sitting position, you do see standing in front of you, or more likely next to you, are 2 of these dragon-like creatures, white scaly armors, their wings kind of hanging behind them, but a 3rd figure that you also see, which is a similar creature, though different horns and different scaled colors. This one is black. The white ones seem to be adorning a sword and are keenly looking at every movement that you're making, also adjusting the head position every now and then. The black one also has like 2 scimitar-like things or weapons that have been sheathed behind him, but he doesn't seem as muscular as the white ones, as he's kind of leaning over and looking at you. As you can see 2 horns curling down and coming in front of him, while the white ones, their horns kind of curl backwards. As soon as you kind of move and he notices that you are awake, kind of looks at you and says,
Con tal les Kolokal Tastal.
Do you speak Draconic?
Nope. I'm just gonna respond back to him and say, I don't know what the hell you're saying. You want to talk to me, you have to do it in common? Or have a few other languages.
Kinda steps forward. His form a lot bigger than your own. He stands about maybe like 6.5 feet tall. He goes very close to you, to the side of your neck, starts kind of sniffing a bit. I will do a roll. Kind of looks to the other two. Kind of looks to you again. Takes one of his scimitars out. And then points it toward the floor. And then he draws 3 triangles next to each other. One further away. So wait, 3 next to each other, and then one singular one far away. Then he points at you. Kotales. And points to the triangle that is alone. Kotales. Utskal. And then he points towards the 3 triangles.
If you're trying to tell me I'm alone, I mean, I get it. I don't know where my friends are.
You can actually make an insight check to try and see if you can kind of understand like the gestures that he's making. You got no idea.
I was supposed to roll that with disadvantage, so it's probably gonna be worse than that. Let's see. Oh no, it was better, but still worse.
Yep, you know what you know now. He does the gesture again. He now draws an arrow from the singular triangle towards the group of triangles, is what I would call it now.
Are you trying to tell me you want me to go to the other triangles?
Kulas. Kundaru.
Das. Kind of stands back up, sheathes his swords again. Looks towards one of the 2 of them there.
Okandal Istal.
And then you see one of the white ones approach and go towards you. Is there anything you would like to do in this moment? HP wise, you can roll 1 hit dice, and that's how much HP you have.
Alright, let's see. Obviously, I'm gonna go my paladin hit die. So I have 11.
That's pretty good. And actually, I haven't described the surrounding all too much. It seems like you are in a what looks to be a circular room, almost like tower. As you look up, the walls kind of go high, quite a bit. The room itself is decently large. It's probably like a circular room with a 15-foot radius. However, there seems to be a one side of the wall is completely broken down, which is the opening or doorway of this tower. The top of it isn't closed off with a roof. It is also broken apart, but it seems to be some sort of ruin that you are sitting inside of.
And you said I have like shackles on?
Yep. Both of your arms are shackled to the ground and wide apart.
I'm just gonna like look at like my captors and be like, I really don't know what you want with me. I'm kind of useless. I'll Obviously, I can't do anything. I don't know why I'm shackled. I don't have any armor. I don't have any weapons. I got nothing. I can't hurt you.
And as soon as you say that, the one white one that was approaching you just knocks you over the head and knocks you unconscious. And you're basically unconscious again, so at 0 HP, because he will do it as often as he needs to make you unconscious. Unless you want to do anything, otherwise I will just roll straight the damage. And each time you can decide whether or not you want to do something.
I can't really do anything.
You don't have to do anything. I'm just saying I'm giving you the option.
Because I don't have, like, my family crest, so I can't cast any of my paladin spells, and my arms are apart. And I'd probably get knocked out some more. So I'm gonna stop being a smartass and just let it happen.
Okay. Yeah, he just kind of knocks you unconscious. It seems like they don't have further use of having you awake anymore, and after a few hits, you kind of doze off again. And that's where we're gonna leave you off as we then return.
How much damage did I take by getting knocked out?
He would hit you so often until you're 0 HP, so you are unconscious again.
Oh, okay.
So you're at 0. Okay. That was somewhat brutal. Eirik, Fiera, and Isorel, you have built a tower kind of in the area of where the tree, Iglava, is, and your plan was to rest there, which I believe, have you done already?
Technically.
Yeah.
I still haven't taken a long rest.
Yeah, my spell slots are still missing, but I believe you said we were taking a long rest. So unless
Yeah, we were getting ready to.
Yeah, you were getting ready. Okay. Yeah. Well, I think your preparations were just making the tower. Any further preparations you would like to make before taking the rest?
I mean, just for safety, I'll put the normal alarm spell around the entrance at least.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm tired.
Yeah, I just want to get inside somewhere and just try to forget what's happening for a little bit.
Yeah, pretty much. The tree did say that we were supposed to be safe with him. So what Isorel would probably do is stay awake 2 hours, and then take her long rest, and then be awake for the remaining 2 hours and just kind of keep an eye on things around while the others are sleeping.
Okay. Yeah, then you can make a perception check.
I see nothing.
Holy shit. Well, that's persuasion.
Oh, that is indeed. I don't know why I keep mixing up persuasion and perception. They don't even look alike.
Yeah, purr.
Yeah, they both purr. Very similar to cat, actually. Either way.
Well, I mean, there's performance in between, and I never do performance.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I always do persuasion instead of perception. I don't know why I keep mixing them up.
Either way, it is good for you that you avoided that natural one. Yeah, you are keeping an ear out. You occasionally hear, the pressing of bark on bark of Iglava as he's still continuously and perpetually twisting and turning around himself. sitting here looking at the space, you notice the same thing as you went here the first time, which is you don't see that many devils flying around the area of Iglava, specifically when the terrain shift happened, or where the terrain shift has happened. There don't seem to be a lot of devilish creatures or denizens of the infernal realms kind of crawling around here. Instead, you still just see the occasionally flying patrol groups out in the distance far away from where this kind of white chalky area is. So you feel somewhat safe in the surrounding of this tree. Though, since you are kind of far away from the river now and the landscape here is a bit more open, there aren't as many, cliffs, jagged rocks jutting out. The wind kind of blows here more freely through the space. And occasionally, as you're kind of sitting either outside the tower or on top of the tower, wherever you wish to do your watch, you can hear like a slight tone on the wind itself. And as you listen to it more closely, it sounds maybe like a drifting voice that has just kind of echoed its way all across to your ears. Or it might just be kind of the wind itself almost like trying to speak to you. But you just hear this very gasping voice. And you can't make out any words. It's barely audible. And you have no real sense in which direction other than that the wind is carrying it, so you just assume it's from where the wind has been blowing, which is kind of steadily northwards, carrying down southwards. But you just hear this very faint ever so faintly, and that is about the most kind of notable thing. Obviously, from this position, you also have a great view of the continuation of the landscape, which is you can now still notice the very bigger mountainscape that is in the far distance, where this tall, long object is that Eirik has already seen before when you first landed here, and that you have somewhat vaguely traveling towards to. But other than that, everything still seems the same, though it does seem like you're in a bit of a safer spot here. Oh, and I should say, the west goes without much disturbance. I'm sorry. And you...
That's kind of what I was waiting for.
Like, we were sleeping. I was like, we can't do anything.
Yeah, I saw. My brain has already registered. Yeah, they took the west, and then I'm like, oh shit. How? Since you all took a long rest, one of you can roll me a D100.
Oh god.
We love to do it. We
no, we don't.
love to do it. People, we love it.
We don't love it.
Who's doing it? Anyone doing it? I'll do it.
Okay, almost was an 85. A good 85 has never done anything or anyone wrong.
Of course. Never ever.
I need you to roll a D20.
God.
Oh.
That
Like, is that bad?
That is a natural 20. And roll me 1d2.
A D2?
Oh, so just roll a 1d4 and a 1-2 is 1 and 3-4 is 2.
Okay.
That's a coin. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a coin.
I have a D2 in my bag that I could have rolled, but anyway.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. Very nice. The new day, in quotation marks, since there aren't really days here, What would you like to do?
Okay, yeah, I'll just gather everyone up for some very basic food because I don't have a kitchen. So basic plan. We think Shade's probably wherever Belle is, which is kind of where we're going anyways. We need to
Well,
get
that's where
to
we're
this...
going now.
Right. Yes. So we need to get to this lake and do some atonement trial. That'll be easy. I assume we just follow the river. But did we want to contact those individuals? I saw them, so I could probably send them a message.
I
Maybe they
mean,
can
my
help.
point still stands from yesterday. They're the only other thing that we can conceive is communicating, is something we can communicate with easily. Even if they are hostile, there's still something we might be able to verbally communicate with.
Well, I did prepare the communication spell today, but
Well, that's for the bigger problem at
yes,
hand. I'm just the fact that we are where we are, and we have now seen others like us.
that is quite strange. Okay, well, let's start there, and hopefully they're not too far away. Then I'll try to cast Sending on the Elven figure that I saw jump behind the armored one when we first saw them. And I'll say, greetings. I'm Fiera, the red-haired woman. I apologize for earlier. We're at the tree. If you're willing to talk peacefully, where can we meet?
Okay, your message leaves you. A short moment later, you receive a response. I'll have to see what they have to say.
Get out of my head.
Greetings, stranger. Unexpected visit? Unexpected visit? A meeting would be quite nice. We have been avoiding the tree. Maybe at the large skeleton mound. It's northwest. And that's it.
Okay. We really should have picked up like a map of hell before we came here. Just casually, you know, at the cartographer store. Okay. So directions.
Maybe we make a map. Maybe we are the ones who make a map of hell.
Actually, I am proficient in cartography. That's actually a good idea.
Okay.
Side
Go on.
business for Fiera, map making
Hold.
of hell.
Yeah.
Hold. Let me open paint real quick here. All right. Okay. What direction does the river of blood flow?
It flows. Well, you could just draw a up and down. So from north to south.
And what direction is downward?
So that's
Does it flow?
that's the flow direction.
Oh, it goes from north to south?
Yes.
Okay. And what side of the river are we on currently, the east or west?
You're on the west side.
We're on the
West
west side
Coast,
where there's a
baby.
big tree. I'll just draw a tree real quick here. Yeah, there we go. And then a tower. Yep. Tree. Lovely. Okay, and they want to meet northwest, which is away from the river. What direction would I think the dragon skeleton is from where we are? Roughly.
It is like since I first saw the tree from the perspective of where the dragon skeleton is, it is southeast, and quite a bit of distance away. Not too much, but quite a distance. But maybe you didn't. But the woman said, "Oh my god, what was it again? Not dragon skeleton, but jagged skeleton."
Right, mound. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep, I'm just getting rough direction here. Okay, that's dragon. Perfect. Okay. So we travel northwest, we can still figure out that just farther east is the river. If that's how it works here. Okay, I will pass that along to everyone. Did it sound feminine?
Yes, it was feminine.
Okay.
To the best of my abilities.
Yeah, I got that. She sounded pretty open to conversation. They're just northwest of here at a mound of skeletons.
Or it's an ambush.
Yes,
But
of course.
as I said, I need to stop backtracking on my own opinion here. It's the only bit of reality we've got going for us.
Right. And technically we still need to head north, so I think we just trust in ourselves and trust that not everyone we meet wants to kill us.
Pretty big words.
Israel, you had a...
I still have it is kind of related to what we're saying. I still have a spell. I'm still preparing myself for today. Do you think I should prepare something that could help me figure out if they have magical abilities or magical objects with them, or something that could stop magical things from happening?
Huh.
Basically, I'm asking, should I take detect magic or dispel magic?
Got you. Well, if you take the spell, then I can take counter spell, and we should be covered. Detect magic, I don't know. It's up to you. It could be useful there or wherever we go, but we can usually cast as a ritual too. So
Purely out of my own, like, what the hell's the word? Curiosity. If we go in somewhere or whatever, detect magic is going to be great because we're not going to know a damn thing about where we're going. Like, this is all totally foreign.
It
But
could, yeah.
I mean, to the same point, you might see something happen and you can dispel it. Like, it's. I think either is equally as important.
right.
That's the conundrum that I'm stuck in right now. And let me see if I can do this.
What if we think bigger picture? If we make it further than we think, if we end up being like in communication with some like devil god or whatever today,
Today, sure, yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're going to be outmatched.
Well, I think we're gonna try to converse, make a deal, and I believe, oh god, Yagilvar? Oh boy. Hold, I have it.
The tree.
Yagilvar, mentioned that if we did cross the lake and atone for sins, something like that. We should have one up on Bell, or we should be protected from Bell in some way.
Yes. So I think I did something that would be good for us, because I don't think that my clerical abilities to detect what is evil or good are going to be very useful, because I think everything's going to be evil here. So I'm going to use my clerical abilities to detect any magic, and I'm going to use my druidic abilities to dispel any magic we can, well, if possible. So
I think that's a
There you
good
go.
idea.
I think I have found the solution. But yeah, we should probably meet with them, but get ready for the
Just in case.
worst in case. Yeah.
I think that's fair. Well, I guess to that effect, I'll give you a quick boon, and I'll give all three of us Gift of Alacrity. Just in case. Lasts for 8 hours, just helps our initiative. Right now, that's the best I can do, but it should help.
We'll take
Yeah,
it.
I'm curious.
I'll take that.
Because if they went to the river and we found out that the river's alive and wants to eat us, why did they go to the river? I want to know.
I
Okay.
mean, it could be as easy as them having been here before, or have been here longer and they know what to do, or they know, how to avoid certain things.
Yeah, I think we try to get as much from them as we can. In a friendly manner. Unless they're evil.
I mean,
Okay.
we don't do anything unless they attack first.
I think I can be okay with
They
that.
could be speaking incredibly evil things, but as long as they're not doing anything, we're still cool.
I'm fine with that. Actions speak louder than words. So as long as they don't try to do something to us, we'll just let them talk.
Yep.
Okay. Well, let's go for a hike, and if we get lost, I'll send another message. But we're looking for a mound of skeletons, or a skeleton mound, or... Either way, it sounds quite gruesome. But par for the course. So I'll dismiss the tower.
Okay. Very
Zafio.
nice. Then, yeah, you travel onwards, and I guess you are trying to find a skeleton mound. So once again, you know what this means. It's
Yep.
a skill challenge once again. So y'all tell me, in case you want to use, you need only 3 successes. Achieve victory. Yes.
Looking for skeleton mound. So today, actually, go ahead.
Oh, I'm thinking aloud. Sorry, I should probably be muted while I talk to myself.
Been there. So today I prepared a spell specifically to help with this. Borrowed knowledge. So I'm going to use it to tap into a version of myself that actually has good eyesight, and kind of replace my eyesight with theirs so I can see better, giving me perception. And I just want to keep an eye open for something that stands out as a mound. Essentially, trying to find this landmark that we're looking for.
Okay.
I can't remember how to give myself proficiency. There it is. 15.
15. Okay, yes. Very nice. You start your track down. However, well, actually, I think before you dismiss your tower, you just use the height advantage you have with the tower to kind of look from there. And
Oh, and I actually had the observatory.
oh, yes.
It's actually maybe I looked with a telescope,
Mhm.
kind of cruise around.
Yes, kind of using it to survey the landscape, seeing if anything kind of glimmers your eyes, and it does. You see like a series of kind of what at first glance you assume to have been just another set of jagged rocks jutting out of the ground, quite large ones at that, larger than the typical ones thrown around. But then you realize, oh, the structure looks very in a way deliberate, but not in a way that it was man-crafted, but in a way that you recognize certain patterns. It's a very pattern effect, as you notice as these large jagged rocks aren't, or don't necessarily have to be rocks, but look like the one side of a rib cage. And seeing it from this part, you now realize that, oh, a mound of skeleton didn't refer to many skeletons stacked atop of each other, but one skeleton that is as large as a mound. As you then realize, you've seen a big skeleton before, but this skeleton seems 10 times bigger than the dragon skeleton you have just encountered. As you're able to see literally the rib cages jutting out, and you first thought these were just like large rock formations, but no, this seems to be a extremely big skeleton. It might potentially just be the rocks have shaped into it, but you're in hell. So it might actually just be the skeleton of a enormous titan.
Okay. Yeah, I don't say that loud for Irik's sake, and I just say, oh, I think it's this way. I think I see it jutting out over there. And I'll lead us that direction.
Okay, and you make your way in the direction of this extremely large skeleton.
With Fiera's indication, I will take that direction as my new north, if you will, and I'll use my survival skill to help us stay on track towards this place and try to avoid if there's like any craters or like more dangerous paths or something, and just making sure that we stay on track towards this place if we do need to, you know, move around so we don't get lost.
Very well. Oh my god. It's... Yikes.
Open your eyes.
It's the second one, back to back. God.
And this time I can't even say I didn't use the correct thing.
Well, as you can remember, a natural one in this instance means 2 failures, but it's kind of like a death save. So what happens is you go into the right direction and you follow a kind of natural path that seems to be leading in the right direction, and it just seems very convenient. And so as you're kind of trekking down towards it, you fail to realize that you have been kind of going downhill a bit, to the point where once you realize it, it's a bit too late, but you've kind of gotten stuck inside of a ever-growing ravine, as the walls left and right of you have kind of enclosed you in a space, but you were so kind of focused on just following the right path that you have kind of made yourself go into a very inconvenient space. Now, it is not necessarily bad just yet. However, it would turn extremely bad if you got caught here, as you realize the only escape route would either just be go straight forward or straight backwards, as the two walls to your sides are quite high. And once again, jagged rocks are occasionally blocking the path, which you have to climb underneath or over. And your vantage point now to find the location you were trying to travel to has also heavily diminished, since you can't really see the landscape anymore, and you just have to trust that this ravine is going the right direction, or you have to backtrack quite a long bit.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Okay. Now that we're in this little kind of like ravine area, and we don't really have a good vantage point on anything, I would like to. What am I gonna do here? Is there like actual atmospheric effects in hell, like wind, like normal wind and sounds of air rushing around, or is it like devoid of that?
Nope, they're very... The way you found the river was with the wind, if you remember. And Icewell was also...
I don't remember that.
was also...
Okay,
but yeah, all atmospheric sounds and effects are occur. There's also dust and everything else, and I just say, okay, Icewell... Her PC just rage quit because of the natural one.
Oh no.
Oh, wait. Oh, she's back with her phone.
And she's back.
Hey, okay. So, what I'd like to do, now that we're in an unfamiliar territory and it's a little bit more dangerous for us, I am going to pull out any one of my tools. It doesn't really matter. Let's just say, let's just go with my little hammer, regular hammer, and I'm going to use magical tinkering, and out of the hammer I'm going to make the non-verbal sound of wind and rushing air, and I'm going to use that to cover the sound of our steps and use stealth to get us through the ravine.
That's pretty damn nice and creative at the same time. I love that. In fact, I love that so much, I will give you an inspiration for that, because that was just rad.
Hey!
So I always like to motivate you guys to do stuff like that, because I think that's very creative. No, please don't roll a natural one, otherwise all of that would be for nothing.
So basically what you end up seeing is just the hammer comes up, and the head of the hammer, the metal part, it just starts to kind of like, not spark, but like you can see little shimmers of light happening on it as you start seeing like dust get blown towards the head of the hammer, and it starts to absorb that wind energy, and then that sound just starts to, emit from the hammer.
There's a 20. Very, very nice. Yes, indeed, it allows you to kind of not necessarily swiftly, but more safely traverse this ravine. The build-up dust and sound of wind allows you to kind of obscure your forms as you're trying to travel this narrow space. And it's especially effective because occasionally a gust of wind does pass through and a kind of cloud of dust follows, and with the help of the hammer you kind of just merge in with this kind of solid form of dust and wind. And you would also notice that as you're walking down this ravine, that occasionally you hear the sounds of footsteps and other creature activity going on above your heads, not necessarily making any notions to find out what is going there, since you want to stay uncovered, and any wrong movement within this ravine could spell disaster. So you just kind of trust in the operations that you have been doing, and every time you hear footsteps or a rock fall down, you just stay still, kind of hug the wall tightly, and just relying on the dust that has been kicked up by your hammer and the sounds of wind to obscure any visual elements that might be protruding from your person and any audible dissonances that could happen through clinkering of armor or any sort of that. And you manage to traverse quite a bit through the ravine without getting stopped or encounter any dangers, and you can see in the far distance and feel that the ravine is slowly starting to pick up and come into an incline as you're now making your way out of the ravine. You're not quite out yet, but the entire travel through, you also noticed and realized that you still have been walking in the right direction. So Israel hasn't quote-unquote fucked up entirely, because the ravine did lead in the right direction, just put you guys in a more dangerous spot. So those are 2 successes and 2 failures. 1 more success and you might get out.
Thinking.
We're just standing there in a cluster, going like, you know what?
Yeah.
Pretty
Stuff
much.
and all your stuff is int. Because you have to be really creative with like intelligence stuff when trying to find location.
I am scared to rely on my eyes again.
Fair.
But I
It's still-
think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna use my perception now that I feel a little bit more confident to actually take the time to look around and maybe find a vantage point or something that would indicate me that we're going in the right direction, and then steer us back to where we're trying to get.
Okay, very well. Do you have the ability to roll, or should I roll for you?
I can roll in Roll20, but someone will have to say which roll I have or show it, because I cannot have my phone connect to both D&D Beyond and Roll20 at the same time.
Okay. Then
So, hold on. I'm gonna go to my skills. Perception. There we go. That's much better. That is a 17.
very well. A 17 is a success. So, in the last few moments, seeing the incline, or rather feeling the incline, and then seeing kind of the gap where more light is being illuminated through, oh my god, I can't talk. Suggesting that the ravine ends there. Kind of make haste the last few steps, and you just keep your eyes out on any dangerous parts of the ravine. You have to kind of dodge a few landslides or falling rocks here and there, and obviously, more importantly, taking note of any creatures that could be there. Since you're going back out in the open and you don't really know what is out there, it is very, very important for you to be aware if anything is just outside of it. So you're kind of relying more on your ears now, less on your eyes, since your visual range is heavily impeded by, you know, the nature of the ravine. And so you kind of stop before you kind of just run out, before you just, you know, run out into certain death, to make sure that no one is sneaking behind the cliffside or is hiding behind a jagged rock that just sits out of the entrance of the ravine, or that there aren't any flying creatures kind of stalking the surroundings above you. And doing that for a brief second, you think you're in the clear, and as soon as you leave this ravine, the landscape once again opens up. The kind of claustrophobia of being stuck inside of this very narrow space, where the heat actually was much, much more severe, since it kind of gets compressed and adds itself up, and coming out, it's almost like fresh air, but you're in hell. That doesn't really exist here. But however, this claustrophobic feeling and paranoia of something just being right behind you kind of dissipates. And now that you have a better visual guidance on where you are, you do in fact see not too far away from you, and you see that the ravine kind of ends here, opens up, but it starts again a bit further down, and kind of on top of the ravine, kind of curving over it like an archway, are these ginormous ribs forming this almost rib cage, but it seems like the top of it has been cracked down and fallen apart. On the right side of it, you can see what seems to be, or what would have been, its spine, and some parts of it are still jutting out, with the vertebrae kind of stacked on top of each other. And this thing truly, now Eirik, you also seeing it, is ginormous. The ribcage itself has probably a length of maybe 200 feet. One of the ribs itself, the entire archway, goes up about probably 100 feet as well, and you're only seeing half of it. The rest of it seems to have been buried by the surrounding terrain, and so you can see potentially where you have to meet up with them, where the ground itself kind of loosens up and turns into this mini ravine, and then the ribcage kind of arching over it, almost like making like a walk through, what's it called, at weddings, what they have, so that you can kind of go through like a ceremony thing, just made out of a huge, enormous ribcage in hell.
So intimate.
Yeah, isn't this great?
Well, this is I have no idea what this is, actually.
We're not taking any of it.
I don't think I could if I wanted to. Okay, well.
Actually, first, if we go near the bones, do they emit the same heat that the dragon skeleton did?
Do you go closer?
I thought we were close enough that I could have just like dipped over real quick.
Like I said, its scale was so big that in relative proportions to the size of the ribcage, you're close, but to the relative size of you, who are much smaller than the ribcage, you're still decently far away.
Oh, okay. Well, as we get closer, that's what I would like to find out. If
okay. Yeah, make a perception check to feel any heat coming from it. 13. No. You sense the usual heat from the hellish plains beneath you, but you don't feel any heat wave hit you as you kind of step closer and closer towards the ribcage itself.
I don't know if that's good or not. It's probably better that it's not heating up.
I mean, I would assume it's a different creature altogether.
I mean, maybe. I just thought, like, maybe if you die in hell, your bones will just begin to heat for some stupid reason. Anyway.
Okay. Odd question. So we should have a good view of this rib cage. If I like scaled up different ribs of different races, does it match any race I would know?
That would be a medicine check.
Yeah. That's a good question. Oh my god.
Oh man, today is a day.
Ones tonight.
Guys, open your eyes when you want to look at things.
Sorry, my spell faded. I can't see anymore.
Yeah, it's like, oh shit, the dust has returned. Oh, it's just Eirik accidentally holding his hammer towards your face and the wind is just blowing.
Shit.
Okay.
You're like, oh fuck.
We can research later. I'm scared to look around now. But we do need to find those three. Ooh. Hmm. Hmm.
I mean, we can stand here and ponder, or we can just keep going.
Should we just make a little trek around? Alright.
We're bound to
Sounds
run
good.
into something at some point. We're not getting out of here without doing anything. Like, it's just
Right. Let's get to it.
just keep moving.
Okay. You then would eventually step towards the area where the ribcage is kind of arching over this. I don't want to always call it ravine. Ravine, I always imagine something very deep, but it isn't that deep. Like a caved in space, basically, is what it is. It's maybe like 20 feet deep. That's about it. And then obviously the ribcage going way, way above it. And yeah, you step kind of past the first rib. And now that you're this close, you have not necessarily a vertigo effect. That would be a bit too insane. But kind of you do. As when you step towards something that looks big from the distance. It's like seeing something on TV when you see a whale and you're like, wow, that's a big creature. But if you actually step next to it and get a real feeling of the scale of things and you kind of get grounded, that is what you're getting now. As I think Isra is coming back on NPC. Yes, there she is.
Hey!
Yes, I'm back.
Updated.
Yeah, you...
Sorry about that.
No worries. You all have this effect where you're kind of walking towards the whip and you're just looking at it. And the closer you get, the more your head tilts and tilts and tilts and tilts and tilts. As you realize it never stops until you're 90 degrees facing upwards. As it's so much taller than you that just trying to comprehend the scale of a creature that would have this anatomy is mind-bogglingly insane. As you're then walking now within it, and each rib that you pass by is bigger than the other, which just makes you feel even smaller than before, but eventually you would kind of step within the area. And I presume you're still, I guess, having a low profile.
Yeah,
Oh,
being
boy.
cautious at least.
Yeah, I don't want to be caught by another patrol, but I guess we also want to be seen by that party. Yeah. I'll leave it to you both.
I mean, again, I don't think we have the ability to, like, be completely undetectable. Unless we use the, hallucinatory terrain
thing.
or whatever, but
Yeah.
that's important for, like, other situations. We're bound to run into something. Right? Like, just head on a swivel. Just go. Let's just go.
Okay. Kind of just step there, and as soon as you kind of get into the middle of the rib cage, you can then see behind one of the jagged rocks inside of this kind of what did I just call it again? Not ravine. It was a load landscape. There. The mage that you have seen and contacted kind of steps out, and then shortly after her, behind the other rock, the kind of large armored individual kind of also steps out, and then behind him, where was he again? Kind of half-elven man who seems to be quite well at hiding himself steps also out behind the young lady, and they just take a bit of time to acknowledge your presence. They don't say anything, they just all kind of stand out. They don't make any gestures that seem to be hostile. They seem to be a bit on edge, obviously. I think everyone here is at all times a bit on edge. But there's just this stare down for a few seconds as wind passes. You can just hear the Wild West music starting to play as a That bush,
Tumbleweed.
tumbleweed just goes past you. He says, I presume you was the one that contacted me?
That would be me.
Right, well. Here we are.
Yes.
Here we are.
Hmm?
Yeah, it's a great place, isn't it?
No, says the armored guy. It really isn't.
That terrified me. Jesus.
Yeah. We didn't quite expect to find others. I assume you're from maybe Azathia?
Yes, that would be correct.
Great, good. Okay, common ground. Good start.
Well, I am from Azathia. The other two are from Colossus.
I mean, same thing, really. We're talking about being in hell.
Yes, I guess similar origins. Similar enough, at least. We just want to make sure that you are, well, who you say you are. Devils, as we have come to know, like to play tricks.
Oh, yeah, I'm terrified. Nice to meet you, and I'll stick my hand out.
And they all kind of just take a step back. Maybe we can avoid physical contact for now until we are confident that we are actually talking to fellow Chaldean people and not devils.
All right.
Well, I could, if you want, I don't know what would convince you that we are who we say we are. I have the ability to morph into other animals, but other than that, I can't do much more than that. And my friend here, and I point to Eirik, deals more into the mechanical things and instruments that help him. And then my other friend over here, she deals more with time stuff and other things. But we're not something else.
Make a persuasion check.
I'm doing the right one this time.
And don't make perception now. Persuasion 11. Kind of looks at you.
And I'm gonna add a +5 to that by standing there, kind of like just showing like I'm not reaching for anything, but I just want to kind of like turn and show the glove that has my cannon in it. I'm just gonna I've got my wand like just tucked into a little pocket, like things on me, like.
Yeah, at this point you can see the kind of half-elven man peek behind the wood-elven woman, says, we should be fine. I don't really believe devils know what mechanics are. Don't think they've seen such stuff in a long fucking time. I think for now we should, well, at least put our bets into them and trust them. And you can see the large human say, yes, I don't smell anything too bad with them. They seem fine. Especially the young lady seems to be straightforward. Yes.
I would hope so. I did shower just the other day.
Shower? Where?
Oh, magic.
I presume wizard stuff. Alright then, well,
taking that you don't seem to be all that paranoid meeting us, I can presume you guys haven't been here all that long.
No, maybe a day, day and a half.
Yes, so you're quite fresh here. Well, we have been here for... Oh, I kinda lost track of time. It's a bit difficult here, but I would assume around...
Yes, I think it has been a month. Which, in
A
your
Voss is
world,
60 days?
no, 1 month is 100 days, or 10 Voss.
And less, okay. That's not that bad, actually. But, it's a long time to be in town.
That's a long time. That is bad. That's not bad. That's bad.
I mean, I think bad would be eternal punishment, like the tree,
I mean,
for thousands of years.
Have you been banished here, or are you on a mission here?
No, so she seems to want to ask you lot. First of all, just want to know, do you maybe remember the dates of when you came here from, you know, home?
Uh-oh.
Beep, boop, bop, beep, bop. Bip.
I mean, we have the year. I don't know if we know the month and day, though. Vera would probably know.
Yeah, I think you guys probably would know. The same way, like, we could know.
We know, and
Yeah, in the real world, like, we know which month it was, and it.
Right.
Yeah, it was the third day and the 10th Voss of Raphael.
man, we haven't been together very long. This is still wild to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, I'll pass it along to them.
Says, alright, seems like some of our theories are proving to be correct. But good for you lot. If you're a bit worried about time seems to be going, well, traveling a bit faster here.
Ah, well, that's actually good news.
Well, that didn't look good.
Nope. She went dark and
Oh,
then disappeared.
no.
One of those nights.
Yeah. Luckily, well, not luckily. Oh, we are seeing Aria again because I've changed the layout. Because I always have the layout since she's the one missing the most. With 3 people where there. Let's maybe wait for a response. I guess we will make a quick pause here, which I will just actually pause. Recording. Yeah, well, it seems like Aria. Well, not Aria. Have the old overlay. too soon. Felicia has dropped out because of a thunderstorm. However, we'll continue since very conveniently she isn't here at the moment. Literally, was in the campaign, and if you get further updates, well, then you guys will know. And I completely lost track of what has been said. Oh yeah, time passes by when things happen. Yeah, the half-elven man said that time seems to be passing by slower.
Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense.
Does it, though?
This kind of theories about planets and time dilation and rotation and distance from the sun, it's all pretty much theory, though.
Okay, well, regardless of time, I think it's more important that we talk about purpose of why we're all here.
Right? Yeah. Let's cut to the chase. I guess-
Hey, I'm Eirik, by the way.
Yeah, I was just about to ask the names. Maybe that should be done first. Eirik, nice to meet you.
Don't forget that name. A lot of people have.
I should try not to.
Please don't forget the name.
As long as I'm alive, it's the only thing I can promise.
Right. I'm Fiera.
And the other one seems quite busy.
Robots, I
Oh, she can't
barely
hear
heard
anything.
anything. Sorry.
No! We're
Yeah,
introducing ourselves.
I'm Heuser. Sorry. Hi.
Okay, well, nice to meet you, Eirik, Fiera, nice to hear. My name is Weltrix. This young lass here by my side, well, young, she's, I think, 5 times the age of me, is Thenardia. Hello, nice to make your acquaintance. And the big lad over here, who isn't able to really hide his butt much, is good old Gordon. Pleasure to meet you. So, purpose.
And if you want, we could start first. I guess it doesn't really matter. Somebody has to. Right. So we've been sent here. Are you 3 familiar with the Spear of Avernus?
Very much so.
Oh, well, this will simplify it. We're here to get a fragment of it so we can go back to Azathia, hopefully, and banish someone that's doing quite a bit of harm.
I presume Calyx?
Hey, look at
This will be
that.
even easier to explain.
Yes, Lord, you just came here a few days ago, so you still were fitting people even after we had encountered him a while ago.
Yes, it's only gotten worse. There seems to be factions that are using him to spread his mark even further.
Hold on, you said you slots are from Azathia, right? And
I know how.
where exactly did you then encounter Calyx, if I might ask?
Okay, it was Souvenir, right?
Yep.
That's where we were. Ages ago, 20 sessions ago. In Souvenir.
Those bloody fuckers. I've been moving in around. I told you they're gonna not stop there. I think Collis was the first stop. But damn, he was a fun test. Apologies, well, we encountered him, well, in Collis for the very first time.
Makes sense. That's where he was previously. But like you said, they shipped him across the ocean to Sunir, and now they're moving him by land.
Surprised I don't manage to justify something like that. The first time they let him out in the arena wasn't all that well for most of the people there.
Same with us. He killed a number of individuals and then put his mark on, I guess, hundreds, thousands? Forgot how many were there.
A lot of people. I think is more than enough to state.
So your encounter was in an arena as well.
Yeah, they display him as sort of like a big event, saying that, you know, if you're able to kill him, you get this and that and all that bullshit.
Well, I'm surprised that hearing from you guys that it's the same for Onsuna near.
Uh, yes, quite a event.
Yeah, it was a great event.
I mean, worst thing is we paid for it because we wanted to go to the arena.
Well, I mean, we is a pretty strong word.
We, as in the person that is making this statement.
Well, he sounded interesting, and I thought, maybe we could make some money and see an interesting event, and now we know that it was
The wrong choice.
You know, I don't blame you. I mean, we done the same mistake. Yeah, it was one of our bigger fuck-ups. Well, that's for sure. Alright, well, then I can just presume we have the same goal. You already are aware of the spear. I presume you met the old man back at the border of Golis.
yes.
Alright, so you are safe from any maddening effects. That's nice to know. Well, truth be told, you aren't the first ones we encounter here, which is why we were a bit cautious in the beginning. We have encountered a couple of other people, though it seems like they have found other ways into hell. Unfortunate for them, they didn't know about the corrupting effects it has on their mind, and well, most of them went insane as we met them.
So what, you just got rid of them?
Well, sort of.
You got rid of them? How? What do you mean, sort of?
Well, when we first encountered them, we tried to somehow help them until we realized, it doesn't really work, and either we had to take care of them or we just run away, and then eventually, well, they got picked off by the other denizens of this place.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, that's...
So to this point in order, since we have the same goal, you know how you wish to achieve it?
No. But we know what we need to do. But as for how, I think that'll be a step-by-step basis. Also, I don't know if you saw when you first met us, there was another one of us.
Yeah, I was about to ask what happened to the third lass.
Oh, no big deal. She just got picked up by the devil things. Carried away. She was unconscious.
She's with the other big fucker over there.
Well, that is quite unfortunate.
We kind of all stare at each other.
Right, good to have some compassion. Excellent.
Well, let's just say we also were a bit of a larger group when we first came here.
Okay, see, this is how this works. This is great.
Yeah.
Look who's talking about compassion here.
What? What's the problem?
As you see, we are only 3 left. And let's hope you don't stay 3 like us.
How many were you when you got here?
We were 6.
Okay.
And they died from natural causes, right? Like they just didn't wake up one morning and then you just had to move on, right?
One of them was actually quite older, but no, it was a lot worse than that. A lot far worse than that.
Great.
Yeah, actually, I think it is quite important for us to mention if we want to travel together in a larger group, if that is something you wish to do, since we will be 6 people again. There is a devil around here who is able to control you, or your mind at least, and you will be behaving in ways you would not do under normal circumstances, which is how we lost one of our members.
Wonderful. I look at Eirik.
Yeah, I heard.
Well, one of us is protected from that. Somewhat. I'm guessing.
Or, can one of you not be charmed?
I mean,
Maybe?
it would be harder to charm me personally, but... And I kind of point towards Fiera. If you're talking about charming someone I don't know about, but her mind is protected and someone cannot kind of enter her mind currently.
That might actually be quite helpful. I don't really know how all of this devil magic works, but maybe it's a good defense. But it means, well, the others of us are a bit susceptible to that kind of magic, unfortunately.
Guess we could also try countering it, but yeah, let's see if or when it happens. Well, I guess the question is, would you be amenable to helping us get our comrade back before we head to the next stage of... Well, we were told we have to head to a lake and then cross the lake and atone for sins.
Oh, for now, yes, right. You did mention that you went to the tree, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it was actually quite nice.
You can see the female kind of look towards him, kind of slaps on her shoulder. See, I told you, it would have been okay. We avoided it all this time because you were so paranoid. It looked fucking gnarly, alright? No same person would just go to this twisting tree where everything's white. Looks like fucking bone, alright? Just try to keep us safe. Well, they say the tree was nice. You sure about that?
I have a thing with trees, and we had a conversation with it.
Also, I would just assume it was not intimate in any way.
No.
No, we all watch. It's definitely not intimate.
No judgment here. Anyways,
let's just say that how can I put this?
Talks
Back
to
home.
trees.
Back home, I have an affinity with trees. The god that I follow and try to work with. He has children all over the continent that are trees of life, and let's just I talk with them. That's kind of where I draw my power from. Rude shit.
Yeah, I've studied alongside a few other druid practitioners. The affiliation to nature is very widespread in Azathia. So I think she's quite helpful that you were able to speak with someone who seems to be friendly in hell. Yeah, but to answer your question, yes, we would gladly help to gain your friend back, because I would assume they will attempt to, well, they probably won't kill her outright. It's not usually how devils work, so can be safe that she's probably still alive. But they will most likely try and make a deal with you. Though, we should warn, yes, we will say outright, never ever under any fucking circumstance, I don't fucking care what it is, make a deal with a fucking devil, right? It's bad. It's always bad. Even if you think you can get out on the better side of it, no. There's always something extra inside of it, or some mischievous things that they have done. You just don't fucking do it. So, I think the best plan of action would be, I don't know, try and get her out wherever she is. She hasn't been gone for that long, so she couldn't have traveled that far.
I mean, to your point, compared to all the other things that we've seen in Azathia, they just kill things. She got taken. She, like, if they wanted to kill her, they would have killed her. So,
yes, we have spent quite some time here, and we have been trying to study the behavior of them as best as possible. Also trying to see out any sort of help information that can help us get through that fucking spear, so we can finally leave this place. And we found out they have a very strict hierarchy. They have an order of things going on here, and they usually follow these orders. And one specific behavioral pattern that we have found, especially to the individuals we encountered that then later got picked up by them, as we have mentioned before, their goal is to kind of climb this hierarchy. And we believe, or our theory kind of goes, that if they are able to collect souls, they have a fascination with souls, they can offer it, and then with these offerings they might be able to get a promotion of some sorts. So I believe they will try and use your friend as a bargaining tool.
Wonderful.
Does any of you actually, well, it's a weird question to ask, but speak their language?
I do. I speak Draconic.
Or is actually quite helpful. That would have actually, yeah. Then can you can also, so you can speak it and understand it?
Yes.
Then maybe perhaps we can, well, not make a deal with the devil, but we can make some sort of arrangements that we pretend we want to talk to them, but use this as an opportunity to maybe try and find out where your friend is, and then get her out of there.
Well, if we need to do that, but I guess that's the way to do it.
Well, if you have better options, this is one of my first suggestions. We're all ears.
I don't have a lot of material components in hell. Can't really go to the shop.
You know what? That is a decent question. How are you all surviving in here?
Well, luckily, we are a handy mage and prepare a few spells before kind of went here. We have been keeping us alive. Specifically, we have these. Kind of takes out the pouch. I guess these are kind of like pills that you can take, and more specifically, kind of takes out the stone. This fucking thing's great, and actually, it is a stone you would recognize, which you have encountered before, and I believe you sold it. It's a stone of sustenance.
Oh, the Iron Stone, yeah.
So if you just throw it up, you don't have to eat. So we don't have to eat or drink, which has been quite handy.
Yeah, that's pretty important.
Interesting. Yeah, we didn't know we'd be coming here, but here we are.
Well, we also didn't know we would be brought to foot on hell. We thought we would be sent somewhere. We just kind of prepared as we usually do. We've been collecting some of these sustenance stone for quite some time, and well, eventually came in quite useful.
How long have your group been together? How long, like before hell?
Kind of looks at the mage. Mage looks at her. Well, we kind of grouped up when we all got the mark together. And we all panicked, and then we just kind of found each other. Since we were kind of in the same situation, we were kind of forced down this path, and well, kind of bonded quite well. Well, you kind of have to when you're inside of hell. You don't have anyone else.
Yeah, no, sounds fairly standard.
So about your friend, I guess. Well, I don't think time is too big of an issue, but do you wanna get her out now?
Sooner the better, I assume. Oh boy, yeah, look around. If I look around, what is there besides like the ribs? Or like, is there like a chunk of rib that is maybe fallen off?
Are we having this conversation again? Yeah.
I'm looking for a piece of rib. Yeah, I don't know.
This one's the size of a school bus. Why don't we just take that?
Something I could potentially use for future foresight is what I'm looking for. Something I can use as a material component.
Okay. Well, the quote-unquote smaller parts of this rib are like 10 feet long that are broken off. But you could potentially just try and crack off one of those parts. It doesn't seem to be emanating any sort of heat, so maybe it's more brittle than the dragon.
It needs to be worth 25 gold. I don't know how it would quantify the bone of a titan for 25 gold.
Just hit select, go into options.
And then check the material value. There should be a number.
Yeah, okay. Right, well, let's see if I can find out where she is first. Iron pickaxe.
Yeah.
Oh god, I have 7 strength. Do you mind giving me a chunk of bone?
Whack!
Oh, yeah. So you just go there and
Yeah.
you just
Straight up, just walk right to the closest thing I see.
yeah, we kind of go there, hammer into it, and you just hear this extremely loud ding as it feels like you just slammed it into solid steel as your pickaxe contacts with it. It makes a very loud noise as it kind of reverberates with the rest of the ribcage as the 3 of them kind of just look at you all and say, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Well, okay, that didn't work.
I just need something I can use for a spell, and a chunk of bone would be wonderful from this thing.
You need spell components?
Well, I haven't found a shop yet, but I am keeping my eye open.
Well, no need to be also pushy. I am a mage myself. You can maybe borrow some of my stuff. What is it that you require?
Not really a specific item. Something of worth that can help me locate someone. Ideally, something from here would help. Something from a fiend, something from the Draconic people, or maybe a lens, a telescope,
Sorry.
a map of worth.
Well, we do have a map, but I don't think it's worth very much. Quickly drawn and almost half burnt.
Oh, actually, how much parchment do I have actually?
Well, we got a few teeth and a few horns. Quite a few, actually.
Would they be of worth 25 gold? Can you put them in a pile and maybe I can see if that's enough?
Sure. How about we just give you 1 horn and 5 teeth?
Hold up my hand.
Kind of grabs into one of her bags, which also seems to be a bag of holding of some sorts, and then grabs out 1 horn, which looks very similar to one of the horns that one of these white dragonoid creatures had, and then 5 teeth. One of the other places them on your open palm.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll see if this works. I'll kind of put it down, and then also take out a piece of parchment and some of my ink. And just label it like hellish landscape. Put like, I don't know. We don't know who we're trying to find. Put like a jail, or like draw like a building over here and just label it like Dutonic jail, and then I'll put the river. Just a very basic map. And then I'll try to use the teeth and bones as the material component and start ritual casting Future Foresight.
Okay, that
And
takes...
see if it takes. It takes about 11 minutes.
Okay. So you put it down with the words you've written on your piece of parchment and your intention as you try to still focus the part of the magical weave that you have kind of grown somewhat accustomed to, but now in this different space. The magic does feel a bit different here. A bit amplified, but different nonetheless. And kind of closing your eyes, trying to take out the worth of these items. It's obviously you calculate it in gold, but it's like an innate property that items have that allows them to have their worth. So things that have more magical inclinations usually just cost more, which is how the cost is derived for material components. And so you're just hoping that these objects that have been placed in front of you have this innate property that allows them to have the accumulative worth of 25 gold. As you kind of focus on them, you can immediately feel that they all have or seem very potent in the sense that they would make great components for any magical components, since they come from innately magical creatures, as you then realize that they kind of turn to dust and then start to swirl around you, as over the course of these 11 minutes the spell takes effect, and your eyes close a bit as you focus, as the surroundings start to change. That's where we're going to take a quick break and see what future Dr. Fiera wishes to see. So, we'll be back in a quick minute. Maybe we'll see Felicia again, or maybe the high storm has hit her in real life and we will never see her again. No. Okay. Bye. And we are back to see what happens with Fiera's foresight. So, you can then explain to me maybe if something different happens, or what you are wishing to achieve.
I think once I finish the spell and get into my meditative state, I'll just start talking out again and say, our companion has been taken by the denizens of the Slayer of Hell. She's been taken captive. We need to find her and set her free. Can you show me where she's been taken?
Okay. Once again, I have to remind myself of the spell. Future foresight. What level spell is that again?
4th.
Oh, it's pretty.
Yeah. I assume we can do this within 7 days, but maybe not.
Oh, that's it. Got 7 years. Synchronous event or activity to occur within 7 days.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and I'm putting out there that we're trying to find her and free her. So I'd like to know where she is.
You would like to know where she is. Once again, I have to remind you, you have to, it has to be a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days. So you could ask something like, would we find her at the lake? If we travel there in the next 7 days, then I would say yes or no. You can't ask a question like, where is she? Because that's not a goal, event, or activity. It has to be tied to a specific course of actions that you will do in the next 7 days, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so we have to set, so if we were to set course looking for her,
So you could potentially like narrow it down, like if we try to search for her on the western side of the river in the next 7 days, will we be able to, or will we find her? Something like that. If you want the location inside of the question.
Sure. Yeah, okay. I guess I can narrow it north to south. If we were to search for her upstream from the River of Blood, would we be closer to finding her?
You could also just ask, will we find her? and not just would we be able to, because this is, you are asking for something that is going to happen. You know what I mean? So if you ask, will we find her, that would almost like you would get like a guaranteed confirmation. Oh yeah, you would definitely find her there.
Okay, so would we find her if we searched upstream of the River of Blood? Think of a verse.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that you understand
River
like the
6.
specifics of the spell, since I think Fiara would kind of know this, obviously, and how this works. Your eyes closed once again. You kind of get into this meditative state where for a brief moment you can feel your body decorporealize and get into a state where you feel more comfortable. You have been surrounded by the edging presence of hell's environment, which, you know, strains your mind a bit, and having this brief moment of where you just relax and let go and let yourself get sucked into a more comfortable space, back into what some people would consider darkness. However, it's just the devoid of light, the shadow that kind of surrounds everything at all times. As you then state your question, within this dark space of a realm where everything is happening and also has happened at the same time, you wish to know the answer of whether or not you will be able to find her if you do the specific things you have mentioned. And you see almost like a big slideshow of different images and events and moments that occur in a landscape that looks very similar to the one you have just been inside of. You see the lake running down. You can see jagged, twisting rocks kind of breaking off, falling down, growing back out of the earth. A huge, long lake with wooden stakes inside of it, long ropes with parchments of paper, dragonoid creatures kind of fighting with each other, fighting against each other, a big landscape of mountains. You can see the three other individuals that you have just encountered talking. You can see Eirik walking. You can see Isorel taking a rest. You can see yourself traveling. And then you see for a moment Jade kind of shackled up inside of a tower. And the next moment you can see the shackles kind of break off as you stand within this tower. And you kind of fade away as the darkness gets eaten up by the surrounding light once again, and you are returned to the more uncomfortable space of hell again.
A tower. Well, good news. I saw the tower she's in, and I saw us breaking her chains. So that's a pretty good omen. I believe we just have to follow the river more upstream and see where this tower lies.
Right. Quite a nifty spell you got there.
Well, is your party ready for travel? I guess I'm not sure what you were doing here.
Well, came here to meet you. Since you're traveling, I think this would be quite handy. Maybe you can point more specifically if you know more. And you can see that she takes out this tattered piece of parchment where the edges have been completely burned off and several holes are inside of it. She kind of produces a map that has been drawn at some point or is still being drawn on, but in the nature of this landscape probably has suffered quite a bit of damage. So you get a vague map of
Oh
Avernus.
boy.
And maybe you can compare it to your own.
Yeah, let me bring it up here. Mhm. Interesting.
And
It's a citadel that I
Yeah.
see. Which-
Always good.
but that's on the other side of the lake.
Is that?
So have you crossed this lake?
no, it is quite, from what we've heard, difficult to do so.
Yes. We were told that something like an avatar of Uriel stands guard over it, and if you don't atone, I assume you just killed.
Yeah, holy judgment and all that stuff, which is why we decided, with not more information, we will stay at the other side. Yes, it seems like also the devils themselves are quite hesitant to get anywhere close to there, so it's actually not necessarily safe zone. Well, we can at least maybe just say where we are. So we are around here. And these little triangles that we have drawn in, these are like watchtowers, I suppose we can call them, of the devils.
Oh.
I don't know if you have seen any of them yet.
Not yet, I don't think.
Well,
Wait, so the devils watch over the river and the lake because they don't want to cross them?
the one next to the river is so they can see if any demons arise in the Black Plateau. They seem to be kind of taking care of them for some reason.
Right.
And yes, they also are quite keen on not letting anyone near the lake. Seems like they don't like that.
You've been here longer. One theory I had is the Black Plateau just demonic land? Is it just corrupted?
Yes, it's quite a bit of mystery that we have been trying to figure out as well. So as we can tell, yes, it's a even more desert landscape than this fucking hellscape. And occasionally, every now and again, a demon appears, and sometimes a enormous one comes, and then just this entire flock of devils comes to rush towards it, and they seem very keen about killing the demons. We do not quite understand why, but I would presume no one would want to have their land invaded by a demon. But
Yeah, I mean, that's a good, good way to live. Don't let the demons invade.
yes. So yeah, the other side is just this flat desert, and if you see like anything grow from there, it's usually a sign that a demon's about to pop up. It's kind of the only notice that you get. What do I say? It's quite.
This is just getting trickier and trickier. That we're against the devils, but we're with the devils in terms of trying to survive the demons.
Are we against them? Because from what I understand, they were just banished here. We didn't banish them here.
Well, simply by, face value, we're against them because they're aggressive towards us.
Right.
But of course, we can't make a deal with them to get them on our side.
I guess right now, like, we're kind of in the enemy of my enemy situation, you know?
Yeah.
I think that's one way to play it. Another is they're stuck here. Perhaps when we make our way back, we could take one of them with us, or if they need some influence in our world that isn't too evil motivated, then we could help them. There's many deals we can make.
I don't think it would be good to add devils to
Well,
the
not
list of
devils
things.
specifically. Maybe one of the dragon kind.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, they are also devils.
Yeah, let's just focus on getting us back
I agree.
before we start worrying about bringing dragons and devils and fiends to the material plane from hell.
Fair. Well, should we head north then and make sure we can try to all come back? At least find this tower that I saw first.
Yes, could you maybe describe how the tower looked like? Because then we can maybe single out. Because we have been to some of the outposts here, and they usually have some structures that resemble towers, a bit ruined. So maybe if you can give a bit more info, we could more directly lead us towards there. Otherwise, we, you know.
Can I recall like size, shape, color, the basics?
Yeah, but like a, I guess, history check just to see what you remember from that short vision you had. 24. Yeah, you have a pretty clear memory of what you saw there, as the image was kind of ingrained inside of your brain and became part of your memory. It was like a dirtied landscape of a brick wall that seemed to be in a very bad state. Like I said, it looked ruinish, so that it was in ruin, and there was light coming through the top that was partially illuminating Jade to a certain degree, which either means there was a light above or it didn't have a roof at all. And just kind of estimating from how the light is, and was very similar to the light you have around you right now, you would assume that it didn't have a roof. And it didn't seem awfully large, but a decent sized room.
That's true. Okay, yeah, I'll pass along to them. Does this sound like one of those watchtowers?
Yes, it definitely does. There usually are like these ruined old buildings that have crumbled over the ages. Some of them are a bit newer. I think some devils try to repair them, but if it's a broken one, it will probably make our search a bit easier.
Is it's just like stone, right? They haven't like built with materials, have they?
So no, well, it depends what you consider material. I mean, stone is also material.
Well, I'm talking about like, you know,
Like
construction, actual like they've built, you know, a thing. Instead of just like piling a bunch of rocks on top of each other.
oh no, we aren't quite sure if they built it or if it was there before them, since it's so old. Well, no, it was built. Like it's brick that has been cut by some stone worker.
Oh.
So yeah, it's definitely built.
So there is evidence of some sort of society, so to speak.
Oh yeah, like we said, they have a very strict hierarchy going on.
Yeah, I'm talking more about like the practical sort of nature of, you know, how we live down there or up there, you know, on our world. Like, I build things, like other people build things, we make things. There's just anyway, just yeah.
Oh, yes, I understand. But yeah, there's definitely. Well, I don't know how in team they go with their architecture, since most of the buildings are in ruin. But seems like they have some proficiency there. Now as for the building that you have described, it's so much to go on. But if I had to guess, it's, you said one of the northern ones, so it's probably one here. There's also one here. It most likely isn't the one here, since we're directly next to it.
Right. Well, I think the easiest thing to do is get back to the river and check each one out. See what kind of activity there is. Maybe one of us has a trick to look inside without alarming any of the, posted creatures there.
Right in, and I guess let's try and get ours up being seen once again. And please, this time, do not just stand out in the open and wave your arms. It's a great way to get attention, but usually from the front people.
Yeah,
I'm just curious for our travels now. I mean, obviously you've got some, magical capabilities, and you're mechanically protected from armor or whatever. What do you guys specialize in? So if we ever have to fight something, we know what to expect from you. Tactics wise.
Yes, totally understandable. Well, I myself are quite good at hiding. Usually try to get behind the enemy to, catch them off guard and then hit them where they're weakest. You know what I'm saying? Or stay at a distance in a nice shady spot so I can just target their vitals. It's just been quite useful most of the time. Like I said, I myself am a mage practitioner, so my capabilities have been quite limited here since
I feel your pain.
Yeah. Fire doesn't work. Ice doesn't work.
Yeah, I mainly use ice, so I've been just been staying out of sight by staying invisible. That's what I've been doing.
Yeah, I like to hit things.
Honestly, I think we need more of that.
I'm gonna take a step back.
Yeah, as he's kind of towering over you.
Hit things a lot.
Yes.
I like to hit bad things.
Yes, we get it, okay. He's actually been enjoying it the most here from all of us, weirdly enough.
Yeah, I can imagine actually accomplishing something rather than either running away from something, which I'm getting used to, or shooting something and having it not affect them. Screaming. I'm good at screaming.
Yeah, so we usually try to avoid confrontation just because, well, I can't do so much, and that has been quite a limiting factor for all of our encounters thus far. It is quite frustrating when everything you have built towards is completely ineffective. I usually use ice. And well,
yeah, I mean, I was gonna say this is kind of what I've been thinking about how we should go about everything we're doing recently, even back in Azathia. Don't instigate things. We're not good enough to do anything about it. We start shit and we suffer.
I think we can try to let Israel talk to them first, at least, since she knows some of their language.
Okay. Right then, I guess let's get going. Is I think the faster we get there, the quicker we can make a plan. Get your friend out of there. Hopefully in one piece. And Bellatrix kind of steps forwards and starts trekking onwards. Now, people, since you are in company of individuals who have been traveling this area for approximately 100 days, you get advantage on all your skills now for the skill challenge that you wish to do, since they obviously will be helping you in whatever you wish to do to bring you forward. So this is another skill challenge for the travelers. We've been doing quite a lot, but that's what happens if you're in a constant hostile area. The stress won't let you go. Only 3 necessary, since the difficulty has been largely reduced because you're not traveling with them. And as I said, advantage on every roll that you make. Actually, I will put a token of... who should we put there? Maybe we will... to see where you're... Why can I not see it? Am I crazy? Where am I?
Could be below it on a different layer. Oh, there's a ping button?
Oops, I've been using... Oh, I'm so... Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I've been using the wrong one. I'm like, where are the tokens? And I'm looking at my assistance sheet. Obviously not there. So we will take Fiera to guide. So I said you are about there. And you will have to travel all the way here. The distances on the map are not 1-to-1. So this could be 1 day's travel, and this could be 10 days travel. They just have crudely drawn it, and they don't have anyone in their midst who has cartography expertise as Fiera does. Just so you're aware.
They just don't have the tools.
Well, wait, actually you do. You have like pen, paper.
I have like half the tools I need. Yeah.
Hey,
That's worth nothing.
I've got tools. If you need tools, I can get you tools.
Yep, that's
Parchment. Okay, I actually have a lot of this. I need a caliper and a ruler. That's what I don't have.
Done. Easy. Simple. Give me a little bit of time, I can do it.
Perfect.
I was hot and ready to make some tools.
Okay.
Yeah. So, how do you wish to proceed?
I could do the first one just based off that. I think I'll use investigation and take their map. Use what I have and just make a better one.
Yes.
Pretty simple. A little bit more detailed. Even with like distance, that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's like investigation, figuring stuff out.
You.
I do have extra parchment and ink handy.
That's a 26. Yeah. As a cartographer yourself, seeing this first of all damage map, and
it looks worse than the one from the not the Vanspire, the
yeah,
under area.
Yeah, the Untergrund. Yeah.
Underground, yeah.
So maybe a bit insulted by it, but you know, at least something to work with. And then you just start drawing on your own parchments and make a refined version as you kind of start traveling. Though this map, you know, just has like the most important things to note as you travel around here, which you kind of keep an eye on, and that kind of just leads your way. And while you're kind of focused on drawing this map, the other 3 are making sure that you stay unseen and kind of call out to you if any dangerous approaches, and you just take the side step. So that is one easy success.
I'm just trying to be more creative than just saying like I'm gonna look for, like.
Well, I'm in a bit of a pickle right now because I have no idea what we're looking at or anything because, as you know,
Oh my God.
experiencing a little bit of a technical difficulty.
We're like trying to get back to the river, essentially.
Okay. In that case, I would probably use survival and use the map that Fiera made to help guide us and find the, like the points that I can recognize from the maps and trying to guide us back to where we're trying to get.
Yep, can make a survival check if that is possible.
If you don't mind doing it for me, because again, I have
No worries. I'll check with advantage.
Sorry about that. We're trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, technical difficulties. We love to see it.
Yep.
Let's go.
I do have a +7 to survival.
Yes, that is a 17 advantage, which once again, we're kind of just going through the motions at this point, and so especially now with the map, it is definitely easier to kind of globally navigate the area. Like, still going through the cracked landscape and all that jazz is still difficult and such, but having now a general awareness about the surrounding and the places where you have been before, because you're kind of traveling back to the area where you kind of left Jade, it's definitely easier, and that is another success. So let's hope that Eric can make a 3 for 3. No pressure, buddy.
Are we in view of the river? Like, are we able to see the river coming? Like,
see the river? I would say at this point, since you've been traveling for some time, yeah, you would get close enough to the river. Still a bit of distance, but it's in visual range occasionally when some of the hills kind of drop. Then you can see the river in the distance.
Okay, well, considering the last time we were near pools of blood, they animated and started to attack us. I guess I'm gonna use perception to keep a lookout on the river specifically to see if there's any movement coming out of the river, either forward or back, or basically looking for things that are coming out of nowhere to surprise us.
Okay. That is a 12. Oh, with advantage?
Oh.
Right, you're right. You are correct. Great.
Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You get close to the river and a bit paranoid again that it will just jump out again and snatch you, track you down, take you to the lowest layer of hell, and you will stay there forever, which is your biggest nightmare. And through this kind of, self-perpetualizing fear that you have as you're getting closer and closer, you're a bit unfocused. And for that very reason, the kind of group is like kind of following in your pace, which heavily slows down since you are desperately trying to avoid getting close to the river, even though you're still like a decent distance away, but you always try to take the safer route. And that is unfortunately a failure, as you kind of stumble your way away from the river because of Eric's fear.
I think I have one. I'm gonna try persuasion, and essentially I'm gonna try to make it so we have a clear line of communication, so that like not all shouting at each over the other, so that if somebody wants to speak, you raise your hand. We make sure there's just a clear line of open communication. Nobody's above or below anyone, and you can speak your mind without getting your head chopped off if you see a problem.
That I love. That I think it was the best use of a charisma-based skill for traveling that I've ever heard.
Honestly.
So you get inspiration for that too, right? Because that's just like,
Oh.
yeah, that's like holy shit.
Yeah, we just met a new group. We should probably.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Just like getting good communication bases down.
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and with the 18 was a very organized, structured, and healthy line of communication. The others are able to convince Eric, no, it's actually safe here. You know, you don't have to shit your pants. Everything's okay. We can move forward. And you're like, okay. I'm good. And with that, you can kind of clear the space. And through this travel, not only, you're probably talking with each other here and there. This is a long-ass travel that you're doing. So you kind of get to know each other a bit better. And, not the most, but like a sort of trust builds between each other slowly but surely as travel itself becomes more comfortable. And
Hey,
she
good
is
job.
back. Let's hope it stays that way. You're muted.
We'll see how it goes, but fingers crossed. We
Yeah.
may have found the problem, so we'll see.
Yep.
We'll
No
see.
jinxing. Yep.
Yep, no jinxing. But yeah, with this unite line of communication, you can also, like, if anyone sees something, just directly communicate it to the group, and like that you have a set of how many eyes would it be? 12 that are constantly on the lookout for any dangers, landmarks.
If you said like 13 or something, I was gonna be like, excuse me.
I will actually remember that to use at some point. Holy shit. Yep, that's
How
a great.
many eyes? Oh, like there's like 30 eyes. What?
What? And then you look behind you.
Hey, look at that.
Just a
the map.
beholder.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a map. That's not my map. Just throwing that out there.
That's not my dirty
All
work.
good.
Yeah, and at the end of your pretty long travel takes about another 8 hours to get to that point. You do see on what seems to be like an elevated cliff, surrounded by sharp rocks that are kind of pointing towards it, architectural structure for the very first time that has been, somewhat crudely built. Most of it's broken and looks like ruins in the same way we all imagine how ruins look like. Seems like a couple of houses that have been broken down, but more importantly, a portion of what seems to have potentially been at some point a tower. Though the roof has completely collapsed, there's nothing of it left, but the round structure of the walls themselves that once carried the tower is still visible there. And not only that, you also see in the surrounding areas there are a few devil creatures kind of just lurking around, keeping watch and such.
So in my spell, I did see that there was no roof that had collapsed, most likely. So this could be our culprit.
That would be definitely clear if it's on our first one. So, what's the plan then?
Boy. Okay, options here. We go with diplomacy, but we're going to most likely have to make some sort of deal, which may not go in our favor. B, take her by force.
Nope.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad things that can happen with that. C, we could try to sneak, but I don't know if any of us are good at that. Besides you, of course.
Well, and also, we do have the ability, or handy mage. Yes, I can actually make people invisible, too, in fact. Could potentially help you get inside, if, like I said, this is something we want to do.
I mean, if we're talking about invisibility, I still have a potion.
Oh, then We could be 3.
We could just send a small party to get her and get out.
The thing that I'm scared of about trying to infiltrate secretly or whatever is if we do get found out, that could be almost even worse than if we went in like full force.
Could try to make a distraction. I don't know how I would do that. I don't know if I have anything for that.
Nothing that's going to cause a big enough distraction that will take all the things that are protecting her away long enough that we can get in, get her, get out, and leave.
I mean, I do have something we agreed I would not use that could cause a big distraction.
That's correct.
I don't know if this would be the right.
I don't think it would be the right situation to use such a thing, but I mean,
Right.
it is there. I can use it if we really, really need to.
By definition, it is the biggest distraction.
Might have a scroll to see and oh boy. What is clairvoyance? I gotta look that up. I don't know how clairvoyance
I
works.
can perhaps I have my moonbeam that I can cast
That sounds like an attack.
120 feet away from us, like trying to catch the attention somewhere else.
Hang on, if we used hallucinatory terrain, hallucinatory terrain, is that, I don't know how to say that word.
Yeah, that
Terrain
thing.
Mm-hmm.
on the area of the ruins, so long as we don't literally run into the baddies, could we presumably get in?
Boy.
Like, they wouldn't know the terrain has been altered
That,
unless they have like a way of telling, obviously.
I mean, it's not foolproof if they have people that can see through illusions, which I would think they do, knowing as they can charm us. Yeah. Also, some of them have seen us, so they're probably expecting us to come at some point. I mean, it's not a bad idea. It's just not a foolproof thing. It adds a little bit of protection when you're trying to hide, or when we're trying to sleep in peace, I can do a little bit of something. Or if we're trying to be sneaky and we're trying to fool one person, but when there's like literally hundreds of eyes looking at this direction, I don't know if it would work.
And one specific thing that I should clarify was hallucinatory terrain. It doesn't obscure you, so like a creature. So if you walk inside of it and someone else is there, they will still be able to see you, that you're inside of it. You have to create an illusion that a wall is in front of you, and that way they can't see you. But if you're just standing there, they will see you.
So something would have to change for us to just walk there.
Yes.
So if they are inside the illusion when I cast it, they would be aware that an illusion has been casted as well.
Before we do anything, can any of us confirm that she's in there? In this one tower? I could use a scroll to see in there, but then it's gone.
In a best case scenario, you could message her, but I don't know if
she'd have to be awake and aware.
Yeah. We don't know what state she's in right now.
Hmm. Hmm. Isra, was it?
Yes.
You said that you can change your form. You aren't possibly able to fly, maybe?
I currently don't have the ability to fly unless my friend here could make me fly. I don't know if you have
I do
prepared
today.
that. Oh, you do? But yeah, I cannot fly myself
Oh,
right now.
well, actually, just actually quite handy. If you can cast a fly spell, I can cast invisibility. So we could just have someone invisibly fly. And since
That
it
sounds wonderful.
actually, I don't know, this might be a bit too risky, but they could drop in from the tower and then pick her up. Well, that's assuming she isn't chained and no one's guarding her, which...
Oh, she's chained.
Oh, okay then. Well, never mind. But I think for
So we
checking...
would need someone who can pick chains. I look at Eric. I've seen what you can do.
Yeah, well,
Well, then, how would she come out? They'd probably notice if she's flying through the air.
Oh. Yes, that would not be so great. I can only make 2 people invisible at the same time. And I would need to touch them.
again, I've got the potion.
Oh,
If we get in, you can make 2 of us invisible on the way in. We give Jade the potion, turn her invisible to get her out.
And in case anything happens, I do have a handy spell if we encounter any people there that well, I can suggest a course of action that they can do. Let's put it that way.
I also have something that could help for that. Yeah, I can probably charm them, turn them friendly towards me.
That seems
Risky.
horribly stupid.
Risky.
Trying to
Very
charm the
risky.
things that are able to charm you back. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's
okay, well, let's figure
a
out
case of emergency thing.
who can help if we send it, because obviously we're not all going to go in there. So, keeping it simple, maybe we pick 2 people to go in. Try to get her out. And the rest of us just be ready to help if things go wrong.
I think it's probably best if you... that 2 of you people go.
I don't know how it is on this. For me, it's like this on the screen.
It would be like this for me.
You just pointed to my wall. There's
Yes, Eric and Azrael. Oh, and Azrael, you could turn something small and just be in like Eric's pocket, right? Would you be invisible then? I don't know how that
But
works.
how would we get up?
I would make you fly.
Oh, well, okay, because I thought she was going to change into something that flew, then take me up. Like, she would change herself into a creature that can fly.
Okay.
But I
Then-
can't.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought you said
Right.
you could.
No,
Oh.
I can't. I mean, I can turn into a bear and make the bear fly, but I don't think that's a good idea.
Never
People don't like-
mind. I was overthinking.
Also, it might not be a stupid idea that I turn into a bear and become invisible, because that way we can bring Jade back, maybe easier.
Fire to you.
Once we're inside and we're actually grabbing Jade, not going in
right.
as a bear,
I
but
believe
Yeah,
if
yeah.
somebody, if I cast fly as someone and they try to carry, you would just go about half the speed.
I mean, half the speed is better than no speed at all, because I don't think Eirik and I are strong enough to carry Jade. Well, Eirik is stronger than me for sure, but
I mean, let's not
Okay,
get crazy here.
listen.
Before anything, let me confirm that she's in there, and I'll begin augury. It will take 10 minutes because I have to do this ritual. With it just being, if you look in this tower for Jade, good, bad, or otherwise. We can look in this tower for Jade and break her out if she's in there. That's what I'm putting forth toward augury.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I know good could mean different things and bad could mean different things.
Yeah. Because bad could mean she is there, you try to get in, but you'll get fucked.
Yeah, I mean, I'll see what happens. It could be. I mean, it's probably gonna be wheel and woe, good and bad.
Yeah, okay, you roll augury, and yeah, this is where I would have to. I would say, yeah, good and bad, good and bad.
Balancing act. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good and bad is the result that you get.
Okay. So yeah, my assumption is she's in there. But things can go wrong. There's a lot of futures where they find us.
Okay. Alright, well, I think we have this sort of foundation for a plan. We didn't have to kind of get the specifics right.
I don't even think foundation is a good word.
I mean,
Welcome to the Fate Weavers. We throw a plan in the universe and then we just go with it and see what happens.
I'm just curious, is anyone on my side for just talking to them? And trying to figure out a deal where we don't get absolutely...
No deals. No deals.
I mean, I'm 100% willing for you to speak.
Oh, I would love to talk to them.
I am not trying to take the speaking role, but I'm just saying that speaking and not doing anything violent is the absolute best situation.
Because if we go in there and things go wrong, things will get violent.
Yes.
100%.
I don't think we can make a deal with them. It would be extremely dangerous. But perhaps we could parlay with them, I guess.
But what do we have that they want? Because currently they have the upper hand because they have Jade. What do we have? I can't really think of anything.
So, like I said, I can alter their minds a little bit to do things that they usually won't. Now, this is very risky, of course. However, if we get into the realm of discussion, I could potentially try and change in last seconds what they actually want to do, and maybe we can make them do a contract that would only benefit us instead of them.
Yikes.
See, Wouldn't it just be a
I'm-
verbal contract though? Maybe that has substance here.
I'm willing to try it. I think we should keep the we should keep the invisible flying in thing as a last resort. But the more I think about it, the more I think Fiera is right, and we should probably try to talk to them first. As much as I don't want to, like, just the thought of talking to them irks me, but I think it's the more, I think it's the, I don't want to say safer, but I guess safer.
Less risky.
Yeah, less risky would be the best, because everything we're going to do here is going to be a risk.
And maybe in talking to them, we can discover something we can use against them. Because these
Or
probably
just
aren't
get more questions, as usual.
I mean, that's always how it goes. Yeah. One answer leads to 20 questions.
Yeah, we know that feeling. Right. Talking is not a bad idea. I guess since none of us can really talk with them, we can.
Oh, I can make anybody speak their language. Oh,
What's that?
are you choking?
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck was that? Jesus Christ! Oh god, that startled me. I'm like, wait, what?
My boyfriend sneezed and it startled me.
Oh my god.
And then you reacting startled us.
Yeah, just a chain. Dun 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 dun.
My God.
She said, right? I think the less people involved with the discussion, maybe make it easier.
I'm out. I'm not doing it.
Well, we definitely, I think, won't, because I thought if
I think me and Israel can probably handle it.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, and in case anything does go wrong, I don't know, maybe like some sort of signal, and then the rest of us can.
Signal. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
Like for the as a spell? Because like I've got things that I can use to signal that aren't spells.
Yeah. We could use a code word if things are going poorly.
Okay.
I mean, how
mean-
far away are we gonna be from you? Like
Yeah.
Probably pretty far.
you can't be like 300 feet away and use a code word. That's just stupid.
Let's.
So you have what, like flares or something?
Well, I mean, I'll just pull out some random object from my pocket and it glows. Just one of my artificer infusions, not infusions, my magical tinkering. I can just make something light up, and I can like throw it.
I'll just snap my fingers. You mean like this?
Okay, all right.
And then
Oh, are we
listen.
doing that? I guess I snapped my fingers and did the same thing.
Listen, guys, this wasn't about
actually,
No, one-upping each other.
I thought I honestly, genuinely thought you had like flares that I could signal you from afar or something. So I guess if I make my hair glow a different color, because my light is like
Can you
dark
cast light on
purple. So,
hair?
yeah.
I guess.
So if basically if my hair goes purple, you know something is going wrong.
Okay. Look, you'll know. You'll know. Just any change that is different from two parties talking.
But
If
again,
you
that
see me
didn't solve
turn
the how
around and
far.
run.
how far away are we going to be from each other? That didn't solve the problem.
Yeah, because what if you get into like speaking distance and we can't see you anymore? Like, what if you go behind the building?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, what does message say? Message is it's all the components. They're gonna see that.
Message like 120 feet.
Yeah. Sending stone. Nope, I don't have 2 of those. I only have for those 2. Don't have a whole lot of weird stuff like that.
I can I mean, I don't know if that would. This is more a question to the DM.
So we have protection from whatever effect is in hell. How does that affect familiars?
How does that
Do any of you 3 know?
Oh. If it's a creature and they received the protection, then I think
They didn't. I kind of forgot about that.
then I think it's best to not bring them here.
I thought so.
Or at least not for extended period of time. Like if it's just for, maybe 10 minutes, maybe up to an hour is what I would give it most.
I don't really want to chance them getting corrupted because I put a lot of effort into creating this familiar.
Understandable.
Oof, yeah, no, I don't really have any way to signal that I can think of.
Also, the maybe other important thing to think about, what are you going to discuss with them specifically? Like, what are you going to say?
Oh, you're thinking of way too far ahead for our group.
Oh. Shouldn't that be like the first thing you think about?
I mean, we'll keep it
you would
simple.
think.
How are you? How's your day?
Nice weather we're having.
You seem to have one of our companions. Is there anything we can do to get them back? What do you need? Who's your boss? Who's your superior? What demands do you want? And our demand, and we parlay. What
That
can we
would
do
work
for
on
you
me.
to not kill you or you kill us?
You know what? I mean, it's pretty obvious, but we just need to lean into the, we're not here to harm you. We don't belong here. We're not from here. We're just trying to leave. We have to lean into that. We're not here for them.
Well, I will be a bit honest, but I don't think they have much reserve in terms of sympathy.
I'd imagine.
Yeah, probably not.
Or actually, maybe it's also wise to think about what if they say something I guess you don't agree with? Like what if they say, oh, we want your left eye.
Well, I need that.
We've been through this already.
Yeah, we didn't do well with that one, actually.
Who's the devil?
Someone like that, yeah.
I mean, some might say.
Yeah. I would say so.
They need to provide souls for Bell or whoever they serve. Maybe there's something they can't retrieve on their own that we could help them get.
We could.
That way they gain favor and we do the work for them.
I'm sure they would love Calyx. If they could get their hands on Calyx.
Hey now.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa. That's a big ask. I don't think we bring up him here. I don't know if they would know who he is.
Yeah, plus I think isn't he like already in hell? Like, isn't he from here?
Potentially. Him and his other kind were banished somewhere. He could have been here.
Yeah.
Probably lower layer.
So, what I'm worried about, and which is why I try to avoid encountering devils in general, and from the conversations we were able to like hear from them, is they want souls, is what they want.
Mm.
Now, if we walk up to them, we are literally presenting 6 souls that they can just snatch.
Yeah.
So, the only thing that's gonna be better than 6 souls is more than 6 souls. Right?
Right.
Yes.
Question is, well, fuck, do we get more than 6 souls that are not our souls?
Mm-hmm. 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 Ooh, these are all good questions.
I mean, this is why I say
Oh.
he for main deals with devils. But we could potentially make a deal and say, as soon as we get back, back home, we gonna, set over a few souls.
Yeah, that goes along with what Fiera was just saying. If we tell them we'll go do their work,
Right. We live on a plane that has souls. And as long as we can choose which souls come over for them, I think that's amendable. Because we just find people who are, murderers.
bad. Yeah.
Awful.
Yeah. So you want? I mean, if you're willing to do it, they.
Could
Plan B
probably
is we just try
clean
to
up.
take her out to not get caught. And if we do, then we just fight. If that's preferable. I think that will lead to a fight, I'll be honest.
Oh, sorry. Very well. I do not have the smarts for this. It seems like you have something in mind. I'm just worried about our souls being chained to this fucking place. I've been here what too many days. It was one. I mean, 100 too many days. Right. Then, still, question about distance. There are a few ruins there which we could potentially hide behind, so maybe you can get a bit closer.
I don't trust my ability to hide whatsoever.
Well, you're going to talk with them, so you don't necessarily have to hide. But the rest of us can't make our way there. I think. Well, this is like the risk. If you go there alone and we stay far away, obviously less risk that we get found, but therefore the risk is much higher if something happens to you. If we get closer, it's the opposite. The risk is much higher that we get found. However, the risk is a bit lower if anything happens because we are closer. I guess whichever you prefer.
Oh boy, there's only 3 of us. It's hard to make a vote. What do you want to do? I guess neither sounds great, but Fiora would definitely be up for talking.
Oh yeah, we're talking.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And just me and Izrael, I think. But then, Eirik, if you want to try to hide with the rest of those 3, somewhat close, when things go differently than planned.
Yeah, because I don't. I don't trust that I'm not gonna just
I mean, she
blurt
confirmed
something out.
she's here. I could potentially use a scroll I have to look inside the tower, or above the tower. It's a mile range. I just won't be able to learn it, but that's fine. 'Cause it would be fun if we do all this and she's not in there. But Agri said good and bad, so maybe she is. It makes sense she would be.
Well, one other alternative we have, well, is we could still make 2 people invisible, use 2 still talk with them, and they just follow behind you. So we have like 2 invisible bodyguards.
Yeah.
I'm not against that idea because in that case, if something was to go wrong, the people that are invisible could alert the other ones a bit quicker.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Roughly how many guys are on the tower do we see?
You are still, like I said, you're still a bits away. You just kind of came to the point where it came into visual range, and so you would have to try and get a bit closer so you can, assess the surroundings more. Like you've seen at least 3, like around the area, but there are probably
there's probably more.
More, yeah, you would assume.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I like that. That gives us at least some sort of surprise factor as well.
And well, you can explain it yourself. Yes, so it's not just invisibility, but it's a more refined form of the spell. Usually when you have the invisibility spell on you, you are limited what you can do, otherwise it will break the spell itself. However, the more advanced version is like you can still do most of your things like casting spells and it will not break the invisibility.
Huh.
Which is why
Isn't that fun?
Which is why I'm only limited to 2 people, since it takes quite a bit of my resources to cast it.
Sure, yeah.
Sure.
So I mean, obviously you 2 would be not invisible because you're talking. Having our large armored friend, whichever name you were.
Yeah, Goran.
Thank you. Being a bodyguard is probably the best case scenario.
Yeah, but he tends to be a bit loud with all that armor. Ding, 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 ding.
That's true.
I think sneakster over there would be a good idea. And no offense to you other 2, but I would prefer having Eirik with us.
Yeah, no, I think we would also prefer if you went as a group. I think you know each other better as a group, so I think if anyone were to go in as a group, which definitely should be you 3.
So Bellatrix and Eirik then?
I think, in my opinion, at least, it's the best choice we have.
Sounds good.
And I'll kind of look at Eirik. Having you closer means I can protect you a little better than if you're hiding somewhere.
True. Good point. Mhm.
Oh. I just realized something. You can't
Uh-oh.
you can't upcast great invisibility. You can only have it on one person.
Uh-oh!
Well, I think
Well-
that solves that problem then.
Yep.
No offense to you guys, but I think we're gonna bring Eric with us.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sure. Whew. Mm. Okay.
The trio.
Yeah, we got this. Don't worry.
Funny how that
It
works.
makes sense that we put ourselves in the danger.
You mean we couldn't just send the 3 strangers in to do our job?
And just sit back.
Yeah.
Like Jade wakes up and just sees 3 strangers there.
Yeah.
Come with us!
So what is
We're
this doing?
coming for you.
It's like
I go on. Oh man. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess I'll put tongues on myself because it'll last an hour. Yeah. Speaks, any creature can understand, and yep, okay.
So, run greater invisibility by me again. I can cast, I can...
Yep, you can do whatever you want.
But sound is still a problem, right?
Yeah. You're just invisible. You're literally just
Yeah.
invisible.
Pretty handy.
Oh my god.
No.
I also just realized it only lasts for a minute.
God,
Oh, does it?
Jack.
Oh
Yeah,
my god.
I think regular invisibility lasts an hour.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah.
it was just regular invisibility, just
Bumped up. Yeah.
bumped up, but
Yeah, I don't have the
Okay,
spell.
let's rewind the last half an hour and
Yep.
restart this planning process.
I think I misjudged it with... There's even something better than great invisibility, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh no, there isn't. Well, fuck me. Completely my fault.
Wizard clothes.
She says, I never had to hold it for that long.
Like, okay, I don't have a way to hide you.
I mean,
Okay,
I kind of...
so the two of us talk, and the rest of you just hopefully aren't too far away.
Well, I mean, you could still just turn me regular invisible. If something goes down where I need to cast a spell, I'm going to be casting as, like, they're going to know something's there if I'm invisible or not.
You see, the problem is I can only cast great invisibility.
God damn it! Okay, so I can drink my invisibility potion.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I like that plan. Yep.
Yes.
And I'm
We
just
can do that.
there.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
I will stand with my hands in my pockets.
No whistling,
Oh,
nothing.
jeez.
He's
my-
gonna be the child that's just like behind his parents, just
Oh.
Yeah.
looking in. Like,
Okay,
he's
yeah.
not
Would it-
there.
Would it be beneficial for me to make a cannon before I go in?
I think that's up to you. I don't know. Can you have your cannon on your person? Can that be invisible, or is it?
I'm
And,
pretty sure it's anything. Oh, hang on. Let me read it. I read the description of this like 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I read the description of great invisibility a couple of minutes ago.
Anything you wear or carry is invisible with you.
Oh, you can just carry your cannon then, right?
Yeah, I can make the cannon of whatever.
So just hold your cannon
Yeah,
invisible.
just standing there, like ready.
the barrel
That's so
just
funny.
looking down one
Yeah.
of the drunks.
That's so funny.
So I mean,
I love this plan. It sounds flawless. This is couldn't have done better.
We're the Fate Weavers. What wrong can happen?
Exactly. Yeah, no, I'm ready.
wait, well, I'm not. What? No, you can't just like decide to be ready like that.
Well, I mean, she can be ready, but you can not be ready. You know, you can say, I'm not ready. And
Yeah,
then
I'm not ready.
Good.
Okay.
Take your time to get ready then.
Okay, what would be the best cannon to use?
I don't
Oh.
know. What cannons do you have?
I've got force, I've got fire, and I've got protector.
Protector.
I'd like protector as well. Last time I was on fire the entire time.
Right.
So protect me from fire and I'll be happy.
If we all stay within 10 feet.
Yeah, I mean, I think me and Ezra will be next to each other, then
Yep.
you can be close by. And if that cannon's out, I won't leave its area ever.
Yeah.
So I like that.
It'll consistent. However long we're doing it, I can consistently pump out temp hit points.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay, I'm gonna take everything out of my pockets, all of my tools, all of my things, and they're going all into the bag of holding. So there is nothing on me that might rattle or jingle. The only thing I'm gonna have is my protector cannon, and my wand is going to be in its holster.
Okay.
So I will create my protector cannon.
Just in case, I'll use borrowed knowledge to gain the intimidation skill and tap into a Fiera that likes to threaten people. For an hour. Because I assume we're doing this within an hour, so. in game time.
Yep.
Okay, remember, the three of us have alacrity, at least for a little bit more. No. Yeah, let's try to make a deal. I marked a couple things that they might want, or things we can help with. They might want help against demons, they might want help gain souls. They want to get favor for the ruler. They also don't want to be embarrassed by losing a prisoner and getting their outpost destroyed. If we need to threaten them. Yeah, and talk to them. Maybe we can figure out if they have any problems elsewhere.
You're talking.
We'll try.
Hype yourself up now. Get it, you know.
Hype?
Yeah, get yourself pumped. Get, you know. Or don't. I don't care. Just.
Yeah, no, I'm ready.
So am I drinking this? Are we going? Are we doing this?
Yes, let's do it.
Yep. If you're ready, then we're ready.
I'm never ready. Chug my potion.
Gluk, gluk, gluk. Okay. Irik chugs it down, and he soon fades out of the visual as he becomes invisible. The other three kind of. Actually, that has never been decided. So, should we say like further away, or should we try and get a bit closer?
Oh boy. I'm really worried about the guy in armor just spooking the fortress by, like, doing that sneak thing, going clink, 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 clink. They're like, hey, why do you have a guy sneaking up in full armor and weapons? What's our ability escape like? I know you two can teleport our current. I have my bubble.
I mean, can teleport, but not a lot. Misty's, I can move like
30 feet.
30 feet once for free.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't want them to get caught. I think they would. Do you guys want them close or try to get close? Risk it? Maybe, maybe not. We're assuming this is gonna work, so maybe let's tell them to keep a distance. I don't know.
A difficult decision.
Okay, well, we're already ticking into the hour of invisibility, so
I'm wondering, do we feel like 300 feet is far enough and close enough at the same time?
a long way.
Mighty different.
It's a real long way.
Keep your distance. We're gonna try and negotiate.
Done.
Because if we think they will be within 300 feet,
I think
If
that's
we-
too far.
okay,
That's
so
way too far.
they will be within, like inside that 300 feet, is what we're saying.
Yeah,
But-
300 is too far.
Good.
But you're
That's-
like change. Yeah.
That's all I want to know, because then I can just drop an hallucinatory terrain and make like crazy stuff happening around us, and they'll know something's gonna happen, because we're gonna be in trouble anyway, so we don't
Right.
really care at that point.
Oh, that
Right.
would be a good signal. Yes.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay. Now I'm catching on.
Okay, yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. So you guys hide, and if you see like a double image-ish things of crazy things happening, like weird trees shooting out of the sky or stuff like that, you know we're in trouble. I'm gonna make a weird image, and it's gonna look weird because you're gonna be inside the illusion. But basically, it's gonna mean we're in trouble.
Alright. We'll keep an eye out for that then.
Listen, this is probably the best plan that we've come up with.
Let's try to talk. That's the plan. If things
We
go
were-
badly, it'll just be chaos.
We were able to sneak past a demon, a devil with that.
That's true. That's
So-
fact. He's a big one too.
Let's try this. Okay, let's
Okay, 58 minutes.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right, I start walking toward the thing with
I
Heuser
walk
next
too.
to me.
Okay, yeah. You do that and cuddling up
Here it again.
together with your, well, let's just call it a grandiose plan, because I mean, flawless in
Yikes.
every single way, but every great D&D plan has to start somewhere, and everyone succeeded. Every D&D plan ever made has succeeded.
Of course.
Why make a
of
plan?
course.
Is this gonna be chaos?
Yeah, as you step closer, you can see the buildings appear. You have to kind of go around this kind of somewhat larger cliff. The group of 3 people, Veltrax and the guys, Goran and Tenaria, are still following you until you can kind of get closer to where some of the buildings already start to appear. And there's some kind of further away from the tower itself that gives enough space for them to hide behind, and as soon as you get within somewhat of, 1,000 feet or so, they kind of stay behind and just cower next to some of the broken ruins. And as you get closer and you can, you go through some of the ruins in order to get to the tower itself, you can see that most of these look like, structures that resemble what once probably were buildings, though the architecture distinctively very different from anything you have encountered before. It's like when you see old Greek architecture, you don't see a lot of it, but you can say it's definitely different from what modern architecture we have today. Just the way the bricks have been built, the shape specifically is very unique. Especially, I think it's more interesting for Eirik as you're kind of walking through them, that they don't use like your average square bricks, but every few bricks or so there's like this kind of star-shaped brick that seems to be holding most of the bricks together, and it kind of fans out a bit. It's kind of fancy in a way, though you don't have the most of time to wonder about this ancient architecture. As soon as you get decently close to the tower, you can already hear two flapping wings above you, as from the sides of where some of the other ruins are, two of these creatures have already approached or have sensed your presence and are on the descent to encounter you. They don't seem to be immediately hostile, they aren't making any moves, but they are kind of somewhat rushing to encounter you.
Sure.
Anything specific you would like to do before they reach you?
I think it's turn to face them. Act non-aggressive. Make sure they know we see them, and aren't being hostile.
Okay. Have you casted tongues on yourself yet?
Yeah. So I would have cast tongues and the other spell, power knowledge.
Okay.
And they both last for an hour.
Yep. The best combo you can have. Very well. Then they come down and kind of step in front of you, or land in front of you, where one of them would come in front of you and the other one behind you, kind of, flanking you to ensure that you don't escape. At this point, Eirik, you will obviously have to make a stealth check, since you want to stay unnoticed with advantage because you are invisible.
You got this.
Yep, this is it. This is.
This will determine everything.
Yeah. Oh my god!
Yes.
Whoa.
That is where
He
we
is
needed.
literally
Plus
invisible.
7 for an artificer. Insane.
Yeah.
That's so. Look at the other roll.
Was it a 1?
Oh.
It was a 1.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. And the one was first? Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
you dodged something there.
Mm.
Yeah, Eirik, it did help to take all of your tools outside or put them into the bag of holding. Otherwise, they probably would have done quite some noise. And luckily, since you have placed them away, they aren't. We zoom into a different reality where that natural one was actually out, and that is a reality where you didn't put your things into your bag of holding.
Yeah.
And something terrible happened there. Or at least, we assume so.
The stitching on my pocket gave way and all of my springs fell out.
Yeah, exactly. It's just flung.
Clink, 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 clink.
Yeah, and as they kind of approach, they stand there and they seem to be eyeing you up and down first. And the one in front of you kind of looks at you and then says, which basically translates into so you have come to pick up your friend.
I'm going to speak up in Draconic and say, hopefully everybody walks out of here alive. We're not looking for trouble. we would actually like to have a conversation.
Interesting. Very well then. Join us.
And then he kind of turns around and starts to walk towards the tower. You follow?
Yep.
I'll kind of hold Fiera's, like here to be
Oh,
keep
yeah.
her close to me. Like, let's go.
Yep.
Yeah. As you walk through more of the ruins, and as you're kind of being flanked by these two, you can see that there are two others that you kind of walk past that are, one of them stationed next to one of the ruins. There's like a broken stairway that has crumbled beneath, where some of the stairs are still intact, but most of them have already fallen. And there's this big large cliff that also oversees the tower and the surrounding runescape, where one of the other draconic people is kind of hunched over and looking at you closely as you pass by. You can see that the tower itself, now that you can see the base, is sitting on sort of like an island of sorts, kind of a separated rock, where a bridge leads towards the tower itself. So it's separated from the rest of the plain. So there's about a 30-foot drop, or at least the rock is 30 foot high before the tower starts, where it was built upon. And you're kind of led to this very decrepit, old, broken bridge that looks like as if a crumb of dust would fall on it, it would just break down. In fact, as you get closer, you see there are two large holes in the bridge itself that you have to kind of jump over to properly cross it or go to the side. It really doesn't seem to be the most safest of places. And as you kind of get closer to the tower, it's this very basic structure, as I said, same architecture, where there's also this star-shaped stone where the bricks kind of fan out to. It goes about, or the walls of it go about maybe like a maximum of 60 feet before it just, crumbles down and stops. And there's the front portion where the bridge is facing towards is also just broken and crumbled down, leaving an open space which is now currently being used as a door. There is no door, there's just a hole in the wall. And as you're kind of led over the bridge, flanked by these two, you then eventually step into the interior of this tower. Once again, it has a diameter of about like 30 to 40 feet, like a radius of 15 to 20 feet. As you step inside, there's not much inside of here. There's no furniture, there's no fancy paintings, anything like that hanging there. The only thing you do see is three other individuals, or draconic individuals, standing there awaiting your approach. Two white dragonoids with their wings behind their back, and in front of them standing a black one, which you now see for the first time. And behind him, very clearly, you can see the limp form of Jade, kind of half slouching, sitting there, but very seemingly unconscious, with a bit of blood trickling down her face. And you can see, as you step inside, that the black dragonoid creature is very keenly looking at you.
Well, thank you for having us. Is she alive?
Of course she is.
And he just kind of cut us. You can see one of them pulls out his blade and then puts it underneath her nose, and you can see very slight condensation build up at the nose, meaning that she's breathing. And then slowly takes the sword away, but leaves it sheathed, or unsheathed now.
So, assume you have come here to pick her up.
Yes, it is our goal to leave this place with her. But I'm sure you won't let her go for free.
No. No. The same way. You do not belong to me as well. So, you must have something to offer that is worth more than 3 unchained souls.
Well, we have much to offer. The question is, what would benefit you the most? I assume you serve someone greater than yourself?
That's good.
Because you kind of swear a bit, a draconian swear, which you don't quite understand. Like, you understand the language, but it's still like a unfamiliar word of context that you kind of can't grasp. And it says,
I do.
Well, I can tell you, we can offer much if you allow us freedom to work toward favor that you can show toward them.
And what favor can you offer us?
That depends on how we can help you. We have a lot of skills, we have knowledge. How can we help you? We know that you constantly fight demons. We have a skill set to work against that. We know that you want souls. If you know of souls here that we could help you gather, we could help with that. Or maybe you have other enemies. Perhaps there's factions among your kind that you want to work against and need somebody unaffiliated to do something to, I guess, work against them. Unfortunately, you see us as people that don't quite have the information we need to help you. So tell me, as you are wiser than me on this landscape, how can we help you?
make a persuasion check.
You know, I think it's a good time for that inspiration.
Feeling inspired?
You know, this is to survive. You know.
Mm-hmm. 22.
I kind of stand up straight. I kind of lower my head, kind of bowing a little bit, not too much, but no.
Yes. Kind of looks you over, looks at Isoel.
Better you well then. Now I wish to test your worth before I make an arrangement.
Well, perhaps a game of chess?
He looks confused.
Yes.
Oh, he brought that one.
No.
What would be your idea?
There are more unchained souls scouring this landscape. If you manage to
Yes?
bring some of them to me, then you have proven your worth.
What if I told you that we actually have some with us?
That would be quite impressive.
I mean, after all, we're not in hell for no reason, and I just kind of, I was holding Fiera's thing, and I just kind of gently squeeze her wrist, like in a trust me way. Not far from here are 3 souls.
Three
Yes.
souls.
Yes.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay.
17.
Okay. I'll take it.
You can see a smile curl up the side of his mouth.
It seems like today's a lucky day. Then, please point out where these souls are. If you were to be so kind.
I'll look at Fiera.
I look shocked. I hope you know what you're doing.
Listen,
Yeah, no matter what I say, it would be translated.
listen, and I speak in common when I say that. Listen, do you really think they would have helped us? I'm sure if they were in our shoes, they would sell us. It is us or them. They're here to study. We're here to bring something and get home.
I follow your lead.
Great. And I'll point in the direction where our companions are.
He looks at the direction.
Then let us confirm if what you say is true.
He then looks to the 2 that are behind him, the 2 white ones. Oh no, actually the 2 behind you.
Kusatal,
He says,
go and find them. They're 3 unchained souls. Tell Alvalkatal to bring his men too.
another one, they say,
Very well.
and then they turn around and then fly off.
You better be right.
So how many are in this building now?
Now there are 3. The black one and the 2 white ones that are side by side of Jade. And he kind of walks back and kind of hunkers down next to Jade and just kind of sits there and then waits as he, awaits for the return of his potential messenger.
God.
Okay, now I need one of you guys to roll me 1d10. Yeah.
I'll do it.
It's a 7, okay. And now I need one of you to roll 1d20.
Guess I'll do that one. Plan went a little different than I thought it was going to go. As well.
That
Oh,
is.
another 7.
Oh, I might be lucky.
Lucky number 7.
Actually, just because we have 2 7s for another d20, if it's another 7, something miraculous will happen.
Oh, Eirik, that's all
Here we
you.
go.
Come on.
What was it,
Come on.
D20?
Yeah, d20. About. Okay, actually, I will just count. 1 minute passes. And I will just slowly say how many minute passes, and you can intervene whenever you wish to do or say something. Is that fair?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so 1 minute passes.
I'll look to the black one. He's been the one talking, right?
Yeah.
Seems to be in charge.
Yeah.
Look to Israel. Is there any way you could pass on the name of the one you serve?
Wait, say that again. Any way you can pass on the name
Of the one you serve. Like, who does he serve under?
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what? Like, that's.
I know that was a weird way of phrasing it, but I was making it while I was thinking.
It's like, I serve. Actually, make a persuasion check.
Sure.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, I can't roll. Crowshire? Oof.
I don't think it's important enough to try to do something like that.
Pierre wants to know.
Yeah, I know.
No, he seems standoffish. That's fine. I'll stick with 10.
It will say, like all others, Bell.
And have you witnessed Bell's might in person?
Many times. He leads our armies.
Leads them against who? Just the demons?
Yes. And those who wish to pass the wall of wound.
Oh, that's on the map. Oh boy.
So, if you don't mind me asking, what does Bell do with the souls he collects?
The more souls we gain, the larger our army.
Interesting.
Uh-oh. Continue counting.
Yep.
The 3 minutes have passed. 5 minutes will have passed.
Is Bell a god?
Make another persuasion check.
I know. I'm grilling this person who's wants to take our souls. Oh my god.
Oof!
Can't do it.
You talk a lot.
My companion has a very curious mind. She likes to learn things.
Yes. He's the ruler of this plane.
I'm satisfied.
Ten minutes would have passed. And it's around this time that Isra, with your very high passive perception, you can hear in the distance how spells are being casted. A few screams here and there. The sounds of combat taking place a bit of distance away. And after about a minute and a half, maybe two, it becomes silent again. And another minute passes, and you can hear the flapping of wings. As you can see, multiple shapes now appear at the top of the tower that seem to be flying down towards where you are. Shaded, as they are silhouetted by the brighter skyscape, and they are shadowed. And as they fly down, you can see about maybe like 5 of them that seem to be like soaring down to the tower. 3 of which are carrying limp bodies down the tower. And throw them to the ground. And you can see that the black one now stands up. Now the room is a bit filled with 5 extra Dragonoid people and 3 limp bodies.
It seems like you've spoken the truth. I think we must readjust the arrangement we have made. Now you have to provide me with something that is worth at least 6 souls.
And that's where we're gonna end today's session.
God, there was like 10 points in that entire time that you could have ended it.
Have I made a wrong decision here?
I want to say I was surprised you went down that route. I was like, dang! I smelled straight up cold-blooded.
I was so worried that they like bailed and like they basically walked us to our death.
That's what Isarel was the most afraid of, and that's why she did what she did. That's literally like the reasoning behind Isarel. She's like, if this is going to happen, they will bail on us, so I must protect us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Was it the right decision? Who knows?
Yeah. Well,
Oh.
definitely makes it harder if you do take the route of atonement. But a very good example to heed the warning of never make a deal with the devil.
Yup.
When they drop the bodies in the room, are they the same bodies of the people we were
they're the
traveling
same
with?
bodies,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just three completely different ones. Like, what the fuck?
That would have. That
That'd be
just so
pretty
happened to
funny.
be in the exact direction where where you three were hiding.
Yeah.
Oh man.
What have I done? What have I done?
The rest of this campaign is just gonna be in hell. We're never getting back.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh my
you just
God.
become
It should
devils,
happen.
and it just
could
turns
happen.
into trying to climb the infernal hierarchy, so that maybe
Yeah.
one day you can become like a subservient of Bel. It's just like,
Yeah.
okay.
Might have to. Now we're the underlings.
Yeah, definitely not how I expected things to turn out, that's for sure.
Holy shit.
And I can truly bring out the evilest of myself with playing a devil. But, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
More classic DnD, folks.
yep.
This entire plan to just throw everything away.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I
I wanted them to be
Oh.
closer. I didn't expect them to like immediately just go after them.
What do you
I
think?
thought they would like look out the
I
window
didn't.
and be like,
Yeah, you could be lying. So you have to like check.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Well, here we are. In the worst position.
Yeah, it's a
Oh.
pretty
Bad.
tough
This is
spot
bad.
you're in.
This is bad. Yeah.
We're gonna have to be creative.
Hey, y'all got a week to think about
Oh.
how to get out of this mess.
Yeah. Start prepping that next character. Yep. If you're leaving now.
Oh,
Yep. Yep. Jade's gonna wake up and she's gonna
Oh,
be like,
Jesus.
everybody's dead. Yep.
I mean,
Could be around
dead.
3 more bodies. Yeah.
I mean, if you die, she's probably gonna be dead too. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. So, folks, this started off a bit lighthearted and then turned into kind of a. Now I'm wondering how I'm gonna name this episode.
deal with the devil.
Yep.
Yeah, deal with the
It's
devil.
pretty.
Yeah, you're right. How did I not think of that? Ay ay ay. Ay ay ay. Ay ay ay.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I guess we will just say goodbye for now,
Yep.
and
Oh,
let's hope that these players will have a solution for this problem next week.
I'm not gonna.
Oh.
boy.
Oh boy.
God. I mean, we did. Or at least, or I should say, I spent half an hour wasting your time saying that you could do something with invisibility,
Yeah,
which I found.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, speaking out like would have ever worked.
DM has to honor it.
Yeah.
You said it. It's true. It's canon.
Yeah. I was like convinced 100% that that's the case.
Mm.
I don't know why, but it does make sense that's not the case because that would be an OP spell to just be
Yeah,
invisible
for
for an
sure.
hour and
Yeah.
just do whatever the fuck you want. But I really thought it was. Yeah. So like I said, we're gonna say goodbye for now. Everyone say goodbye, and maybe
Bye.
Goodbye.
the last time for the characters. No, we can have some bye.